Main कारण मैंने PUBG लो
person
ते mic on off हुन्छ कि यस्तो mic on off यहाँ टलटल Hello. It a net tip ranger. Last low. Hello guys, it's me Hinter Gaming. What's up guys? So we are going to play PUBG, bro.
Let's fight together. Let's fight together. Form up on me. Enemies ahead. I got supplies. I got supplies.
പ്രശ്നമില്ല.
Get in the car. Head toward this point. I need consumables.
Kami dia orang bukan dia ambil orang perempuan. Kami on man. Kami on man. Abu Rami, siapa naraga nak tiba ini? Kau tak ke mana? Ke, tak perempuan. Di mana? Orang si pada 3 orang lebih biasa. Sebarang aja lah. Kami boleh pergi kan je lah.
Jadi sama sih, apa
Help!
ini sekarang.
Let's go! I need consumables. Help! Help! Thank you. Watch out! Help! Watch out! I got the Quadra Elimination Medal. Watch out, I made the top 3 just now. Watch out. Enemies ahead. I got the Triple Elimination Medal. I need a mag. Watch out! Form up on me. Help! 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 Thank you. Get in the car. Help! Awesome. I won my last match. Someone has been here. Thank you. Watch out! I'm out. Need ammo. I'm out. Need ammo. We're the best. We're the best.
भर्खर बग्नु को हो यार बिन्दरी के हो यार अनि होइन म वालमा छु कि यार दुईचोटि हान्यो है मलाई वालमा छु यार वालमा हान्यो Wait. ठीक है
road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PubG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The Central and South Asia regional competition features 5 teams: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. Let's eagerly await the thrilling performances these teams have in store for us. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
Welcome to the 2022 RDAG Regionals in Central Asia, the central region of the continent that acts as a transportation gateway between Asia and Europe. It is also the heart of the Silk Road in ancient times. Surrounded by plains and hills, Central Asia has abundant mineral resources. Central Asians have cultivated a rich and diversified culture that stems from their ancestry as steppe nomads. As esports in Central Asia continues to grow, we hope to see more tournaments held here. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan teams will compete in the PubG Mobile Asian Games version event. The Khan Shatter is an architectural wonder built with a distinctive neo-futuristic style, a feature often seen in Kazakh players' skills. Kyrgyzstan, known as the Water Tower of Central Asia, is well known for its honey production. Their players are ready to taste the sweetness of success. The undulating cotton fields of Uzbekistan are a sight to behold. Will esports cement its stature in another epic scene in this country? We hope Central Asian players make new acquaintances and have a great time during the 2022 RDAG Regionals. Greetings from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in South Asia. South Asia is located between the central and southwest parts of the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It has an area of around 4.3 million square kilometers and shelters more than 20% of the world's population. The esports industry in South Asia is expanding rapidly, and the region has also held many esports events. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, Nepal and Sri Lanka teams will compete in the PubG Mobile Asian Games version event. Nepal, the Mountain Kingdom, features 8 peaks over 8,000 meters above sea level, thus giving their players the courage to surmount any difficulties in the world. Sri Lanka's Ceylon black tea and gems are remarkable. Their players' performances will be similarly unforgettable. Here's to South Asian players having a great time at the 2022 RDAG Regionals and impressing the rest of Asia with their talents.
Well, Team Kazakhstan now, they can start their engines, but look at Team Nepal overtaking Team Kazakhstan. Only 2 points left. And now the sudden move looks like Team Nepal will be the first to complete the challenge and definitely will secure the #1 spot in track #1.
But for them, if they finish before 40 minutes and 30 seconds, which they have only 4 more targets to go, they can actually do have the fastest time yet to finish via the finish line.
Right now, it's I don't think they're going to make it in time. Really, I think they're probably going to leave the checkpoint at around the 14 minutes, 14-second mark. Seeing as though there's a tempo on which they're actually accumulating, it's just not optimal.
Team Lao and Team Thailand, they are just next to each other. Team Myanmar on the other hand follow closely behind, but Team Malaysia having a hard time to have those speed boosters, which is quite difficult for the other teams, including Team Singapore and Myanmar to catch up. But here comes the platform. Blue over the tree, another one to jump, and they do have a better lead when it comes to Team Philippines, but Team Myanmar can actually catch up.
Hello, my name is Santon, my nickname Naft. I'm from Team Kyrgyzstan. I am 25 years old and I am captain of my team.
Hello everyone, my name is Shokhruz. My nickname is Yakuza. I'm 18 years old. I came from Uzbekistan and the position in my game is supporter.
Hi everybody, my name is Rizni Azmi and my in-game name is Razor. And I am from Team Sri Lanka. And my role is support fragger.
Hello everybody, my name is Batar. I am captain from the national team Kazakhstan.
Hello everyone, my name is Subin Kumar Prajapati. I am from Team Nepal. My in-game name is DRS Rules. I am the in-game leader of the DRS.
This is part of my life. For a long time I tried to reach great heights. This is a story about struggle as in many lives of other people.
Our advantages is our aim is on the high level, and we had the experience on the first 10 and we came here and we are ready.
I think the player to watch out for in our rival team Nepal is Rules. I think it's because he's very competitive compared to the others, and yes, looking forward to facing him.
We are looking for our Kazakhstan team. I think they have good style to play pattern.
I think that the goal of any team is first place. We prepared well and we will try to show our best game in this tournament.
RDAG, Apilasti.
RTIG. Кыргызстан готов к азиатским играм. Алга.
It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home. If you're ready now, the universe, it's a electric new era. We're blooming here. I sing it out. Getting closer while we're stronger. No, we will never be
The road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The PubG Mobile Asian Games version will take place over 5 days, from June 22nd to 26th. Out of the 5 Asian regions, Central Asia and South Asia will merge to create a single major competition region, while the remaining regions will compete independently. Each region will organize its own regional competitions. Each region will feature 3 stages of the competition. Stage 1 is the seeding competition, where teams will be ranked based on the time it takes them to complete the same track without any interference. The teams with the shortest completion times will receive higher seeds. The top seeded teams will move straight to Stage 3. Stage 2 is the qualifying round, where teams will be arranged based on their seeding. Each team will play 2 matches, with each match featuring 4 different tracks. The team that completes the tracks in the shortest overall time will advance to Stage 3. Stage 3 is the regional finals. Similar to Stage 2, teams will play 2 matches, and the team that achieves the shortest overall time will be ranked at the top. The allocation of buy slots and the number of qualifying teams from Stage 2 for each region will be determined based on the total number of teams participating in said region. The Central and South Asia regional competition features 5 teams: Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Uzbekistan. Let's eagerly await the thrilling performances these teams have in store for us. The road to the Asian Games is about to begin. Who will rise to the top in this battle for dominance? Get ready for an exhilarating and thrilling ride.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
iQOO11系列，标配2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
After such a long grinding down to the final of the days here, you guys are still with us in the Road to Asian Games 2022 PubG Mobile Asian Games version, and this is going to be your cousins here today. I'm Chichu, and this is going to be the awesome Keith with me here.
Oh, this time round I felt a little bit more sincere, throwing one compliment at the time here. But really, the true compliments has to be given towards the team who has really battled things out onto the circuit and made their way as far as they could. Sure, in the end of the day, it's a tournament after all. You have some people who might be relegated off from this entire circuit, but hey, more reason to come in stronger the next time round.
That's kind of true. This is a learning curve for all of the athletes out there, and also it's actually a good format that have a different way to view the perspective of the game as well. And speaking of which, we will have all the finals coming up for the entire day here today, our last day for the PubG Mobile version and the Asian Games version, which is going to be starting off with Central Asia and South Asia first. Then we're going to jump into Southeast Asia finals next.
Yeah, but before we move on any further, I believe there are some key players that we have to thank. Who are they, Chu?
Yeah, definitely this competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, which operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV.
And next, of course, has to go to the side of the prestige sponsor, Audi itself. Audi Q4 e-trons, their brand new luxury SUV line. There's a reason why I always sit on this table, and that's because it is the one representing Audi in the background.
I wish we have a call by the end of the show. But also, speaking of next, also we have to special thanks to IQ11, the official mobile game equipment for the Road to Asian Games 2022, and the professional choice to empower your victory with the embrace of the thrill of control, because I saw just now with 2K resolution, 144 Hz. I mean, we saw the hand cams of the player POV, right? It was amazing.
Unfortunately, if you don't like a small screen, we can make it bigger with the brand new Omen 16. New journey to Road to Asian Games 2022. Omen as the official supporter for this event.
And also, we want to thank our official supporter, Autofull M6, which is going to be our official gaming chair partner of the Road to Asian Games. You can be your own hero by sitting on that remarkable gaming chair.
And next on the list has to be the official supporter, East Rock, here for their support, keeping us energized, keeping us awake throughout this long drawn hours here in the Asian Games, Road to Asian Games 2022.
And also, nonetheless, we want to also thank our official broadcasting platform, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Miku Video channels, and Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for all their supports. Without them, all of them, none of this can actually up to this level and accomplish. And speaking of our today's matches, and also coming up for all the finals here today, we've seen yesterday's when it comes to the seeding towards the finals. It was a lot of ups and downs and crushes here and there. Hopefully today it will be a different start and a very strong one for all the teams.
Yeah, and I think one of the big things to look forward to today as well here with the Central and South Asia regional finals, and later on today the Southeast Asia regional final stage is the teams that are being brought in, which we have not seen played before. That mainly being Team Sri Lanka themselves.
That's kind of true. They are the one that seeded in advance for the finals. But speaking of which, will it be an advantage or disadvantage since they played lesser tracks compared to teams like Kazakhstan, Nepal, and Kyrgyzstan? Coming up from Sri Lanka, they are joining in with the rest of the teams in this particular region. I do want to see how well can they go.
Well, that is always going to be up there in the ether as a surprise or a wild card. But one thing to consider that might be a handicap towards Team Sri Lanka is that they are the first seeded teams, which means they played in a format within the lobby for time without any other teams within them. So it's a total different ball game when you're now up against competition, competing for the same target points.
Yeah, I do worry for them because that's what happened to previous ones, right? Including like Bahrain we've seen before. But we're coming on to our first track as per usual. We're coming up from Los Eagle area. Then we're going to go our first checkpoint around Monte Nuevo, cutting across Belgrade and San Martin, where we land on top of Picado for a retracting target, a second objective of the checkpoint. After we're done with the retracting target, we just jump over to another section, cutting across Minas Generales and Lambedita on top of Los Leones, where the special mission will commence for our final checkpoint. Then we'll head over to our finishing line around Puerto Paraiso.
That is the name of the game. I guess that is the formula within this entire tournament. I know it can be a bit monotonous here, but the fun really does come in when it, especially within this next region, Central and South Asia.
Your favorite, by the way.
My favorite, because it is all about the drive. At this rate, not even the checkpoints is something that I'm looking for, because let's be honest, these raw, unfiltered, unrefined driving capabilities just create a whole nuances of possibilities that even ourselves cannot have seen coming. So
there's a lot of awkward position for these guys. They're happy to stuck themselves here sometimes. Where we never seen the places that you have a potential stuck or accident or crash has happened before. But speaking of which, I agree. It's not about the checkpoints when it comes to this particular region, because they are a bit extraordinarily entertaining when it comes to their driving and their journey to those checkpoints, which we do anticipate first.
yeah, but just to reflect on what you said yesterday, are they just holding back, or could they have done their homework and refined on it comes today itself? So I would be, well, I guess neutral, not happy, neither sad, because number one, we get a more high-performing performance. Number two, my favorite aspect within this region has now disappeared, if that was to happen.
Oh yeah, that's kind of true. But at the same time, you talked about how they have been refining themselves, polishing the edges of the skills of driving, especially coming from Team Kazakhstan. We can see they really learned a lot coming up from the previous finals of East Asia before, and just cutting corners where needed, shave off those minutes away, and making lesser mistake in the last few tracks we witnessed before. So I just hope they do have those momentum going for Team Kazakhstan. If they do, they might actually ended up as the #1 by the end of this final.
They have the potential, that's for sure. I mean, they are #1 yesterday. Can they do that again now with Team Sri Lanka in the mix is going to be quite the wild card, which we're all trying to anticipate here. But I guess it's just guesswork from now on. Also, I think I'm in place for an apology within the whole bracket. So my understanding within the Southeast Asia format was a bit different, right? Yeah. So yesterday we saw round 1 when they played here. Philippines is not eliminated. They were put up against within the entire overall to see their overall time, and within the Southeast Asia, that's why you see that they're still here in the mix within the top 4.
And speaking of which, another round yesterday for Southeast Asia actually did commence on the other group after the reshuffle, and due to the overall standings, then everything will be accumulated, not based on the group. It's going to be the overall both group added up together for their overall accumulated time. And hence we got our final 4, because nobody knows until today.
Yeah.
Because it's not broadcasted, by the way. So congratulations to all 4 teams of South Asia who finally made it into finals. But sadly, we don't see Myanmar in the mix, because they came back, but maybe just cutting a little short in the very last minute when it comes to the overall standings, because it drags all the way, right? Your round 1 and round 2 of all 8 tracks will be detrimental even if you messed up one track.
Yeah, and if we're being completely honest, should that format remained with the format I understood wrongly, then Team Malaysia might have had a chance to qualify through as well. But I guess that's not happening. There's no point crying over spilled milk, talking about spilled milk. Spoiled milk is yogurt, and Sir Cloud has got feelings within his guts. Which is more often than not wrong. So He needs some probiotic for that one. I don't even know where I was heading with this train of thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, that was quite random. I mean, like, that was a real total segue we had just now. But for the next one, I do want to see back towards our Central Asia and South Asia, right? We don't have the sort of a different track when it comes to the finals. They're going to be the same track. But when it comes to different openings, yeah, we may say something, there's no more luck in this one. It's based on your skills. But at the same time, you have to snatch a target with the different openers entirely who might have better reflex than your team. Because we saw a lot of cases in final checkpoints, especially the third one in the flying objects. If you are having a slower reflex, even though you dished out quite a number of damage to shoot down all those flying objects, it might be stolen away in the very last minute by another team next to you. That's why we see a lot of teams kind of have a stagnation towards their scores. Might be like around a minute or two without gaining anything at that point.
Yeah, because the rules are simple. The flying discs are limited in numbers, and so if one team is heavily accumulating, which means there isn't enough around to go for the rest of the teams trying to accumulate those points too. So they have to be the ones who shoot it first. The earliest bird will get the worm, they say. And right now, today, these are the earliest of teams to wake up and get into competition mode to maybe, perhaps, win their region.
Thank you so much for match technical officials, and also we need to thank all of our auxiliary technician, all our production team, everyone involved, the referees, the marshals, every single person, including your observers. You guys are awesome, you know. It has been a very long road to Asian Games. It's called Road to Asian Games because it's a long journey indeed. And also thank you for all the athletes for participating as well. They have been playing their heart out for the sake of their pride as well. But coming back towards this region for the finals, I want to point out about their average so far. And we did mention about Team Kazakhstan might have potentially the biggest win and the biggest potential that might have the first place, right? But if we look at the past result coming up from Team Kazakhstan, their first round of track didn't fare so well. They were quite consistently getting themselves at first and second, but when it comes to the track 3 and 4, yesterday it was not so great. But they came back and bounced back when it comes to the second round, because that's where they get all number one after that. But I just hope today they already familiarized themselves in that case. But at the same time, we don't see enough from Sri Lanka yet.
Which is going to be the wild card factor within this entire dynamics, because if everything, assuming things stays the same status quo, then Team Kazakhstan would remain at number one. And they're really, all they have to do is to pretty much gauge on the power levels of Team Sri Lanka and top that. So it's simple for them, but it all lies on the optimistic thought that maybe Team Sri Lanka is someone they can beat. So it all comes down here in track number 1 itself. We can finally see the power levels. That is Team Sri Lanka for the very first time here in match number 1.
Let's head into our finals of the Central Asia and South Asia Road to Asian Games 2022 PubG Mobile Asian Game version, with teams coming out from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Nepal, as well as Sri Lanka. Heading over to track 1, starting off around Valdemar and at Puerto Paraiso. It's all down to the first landing. All teams taking all their vehicles. It's going to be an Audi flash for you. But coming up when it comes to getting on the first checkpoint, so far track 2 is track 1 will be the most smoothest track for most of the teams down there that hardly get any sort of crashes, or not the longest time of all any other tracks. So far, track 1 is the one they want to set up a tone and build out the momentum, so it will last for the entire day here today.
Yeah, and it's usually within these first few minutes that this game gets into its most exciting, especially within this region, because it is drive time. Right now, Team Kazakhstan, again, just echoing onto our sentiment about them being the potential number 1 here, taking the lead, but right behind them it is the team from Sri Lanka as well. So This is the power mismatch that I have been talking about. They do not know what the capabilities are within Team Sri Lanka, and that is going to be Team Sri Lanka's biggest strength.
And that's the thing, you're a wildcard, nobody knows about you just yet. But coming up from the side of Team Kazakhstan, they definitely have a lot of revision done based on how to rotate themselves. On the side of Team Sri Lanka, this is what we mentioned before, they have not played as much as all the other teams, so they don't know where to cut the corners. They're taking the rotations or the journey towards the first checkpoint like how it is. It's not wrong, great, but it's just taking an extra couple of seconds in there. On the side of Team Kazakhstan, this is already a huge lead for them in the first place, but not too far behind, around 5 to 10 seconds gap is going to be Team Sri Lanka. And so far, every single team, I do want to say they didn't have any crash, but it happened.
Well, there's no crash onto the side of Team Kazakhstan, which is very, very impressive for them. They've been driving really, really smooth across this entire valley here, and I think they have been the first to walk into this first checkpoint already.
Now, speaking of the first checkpoint, how much point can they garner before the start of the mission? I'm loving this. This is like respectively one of the most, how do I say, aware driver across all the teams down there, because we do know it's only requiring one driver to actually go and fill up the gas tank. And they definitely know exactly the time that should be done by that, not by the end of when you finish your checkpoint, because you know for a fact you need to salvage whatever time you have left, and you should have first and foremost go and fill in your gas tank before everything else happens, while the other two try to find their target down. Coming up from the other teams on the other end, so far Team Kazakhstan taking the lead, but surprising for me, even though they haven't played as much as the other team, Team Sri Lanka actually catch up pretty well.
They are 58 right now in terms of the point built in, and Team Kazakhstan obviously inching a little bit just because they were first movers on the inside. But it's going to be here where we decide who gets to find their first exit outside of this checkpoint through the 4-color targets. It has begun, and I like that camera work earlier on. If we finally see a first-hand perspective on what a driver's role is immediately after filling up those tanks, it is the driver's role to go around and hunt those on-ground and available targets. And so a little bit of clarity in the contribution in that sense. But right now, talking about the scores here, Team Kazakhstan closer to us at 300 points, only less than half away. Following them is their counterpart here, Team Kyrgyzstan instead.
Coming up from Team Nepal, having a lot of catching up to do. The only team without any 200 marks so far, but coming up from all the other teams on the other hand, some of them starting to leave now, but will they leave at the same time? Because we do witness just now all three, Team Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Sri Lanka, happen to be having almost the same points, but Team Kazakhstan, I feel like surprisingly of any other regions compared with the East Asia, this is the closest one. They're getting the same goal standard like we said before, 4 minutes on each checkpoint.
4 minute each checkpoint, and also a gaming flagship here, IQ Watt 11. That's exactly what they're using to hit this number. So if you're ever aspiring to be just as good as them, might want to look into that. Now going back onto Team Kazakhstan here, they did average out at about 70 points as a lead before each activity begins, which is putting themselves up there along the likes of Team Thailand.
I'm not surprised if by end of this one, it depends on their second and third checkpoint, especially second checkpoint. If they can actually get out of the second checkpoint within 8 minutes, still not even reaching out the 9 minutes, then they actually are doing better from the South Asia region, because usually it takes a bit longer for South Asia region to complete their second objectives, which are around 9 minutes-ish. And if they can get lesser, just like below 9 minutes, that's already even better.
The main objectives here is to be able to finish much like in a better half of the average score. So we're talking about 15 minutes and under. If you could do that, then I think they're setting themselves up for a great run here today for the regional finals here in Central and South Asia. But we have to see this thing play out. Right now, a very comfortable lead for Team Kazakhstan. I think with them already being deployed within compound, they should be able to rake up the points needed to exacerbate that lead even further.
All three teams already parked themselves inside of the second checkpoint now. can they reach the 100 point before the activity begins? Because if they can actually execute that, they might even reach the gold standard. We do know it's going to be 12 minutes. Now, if they can reach that, they are arguably one of the best team next to East Asia.
Yeah, I mean, 12 minutes, the average for East Asia has got to be 13. So if you are finishing games at 12 minutes, and mind you, this is track number 1, not a short version of track 2, then you would, I would even argue, be better than some of the teams over in East Asia.
So far, they're trying to make use of all the 120 seconds downtime. And not getting too much, but at least enough to have a really good start. Team Kazakhstan, they know exactly where the spawns are, and they know how to play alongside with their strength. They knew for the fact that some targets they will try to avoid, knowing that they will not hit it anyway, but here comes the retracting target. I want to see, will they divide into quadrants there when it comes to their POV?
Well, we can only see and take a look. It seems like this player from Team Sri Lanka is doing that, taking one half of this entire plane. You can tell because he's not shifting his crosshairs onto the other end, and it's just fixated towards what seems to be his area of responsibilities.
Same goes for the others. I feel like they really learn a lot here. It's such an improvement, and it just more time saving than have to swing, and you might even miss it when you swing it too far. They know what at stake. It's easy to just got over 8 windows for each players, or even around more than that, 12 windows, because we do have 4 rows of 10 windows, of total 40 windows. I did count by the one by one, but speaking of which, Team Kazakhstan still taking the lead. We're still under 8 minutes here.
Team Kazakhstan, 324 right now, accumulating as fast as the eyes could blink here. Almost just 50 points away, and they might find themselves again setting themselves up for better position comes the late game, and that is checkpoint number 3. Now we know that checkpoint number 3 is an obstacle that people do struggle in with, and one of the ways to counteract that is to make sure you have enough lead time for the potential margin of error that could occur.
One more point to go, and finally, well, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan both finish at the same time. Now they are leaving this vicinity under 9-minute mark. Now that's already a big improvement and achievement if you ask me. And coming up towards the next checkpoint, can they finish it below 50 minutes mark? Because it's all down to the final checkpoint. We do know for a fact the flying target is more difficult than the first and second checkpoint. Do they know how to control the recoil? Can they track down the flying objects flawlessly and not waste their ammunition?
I would give them the standing ovation even just below 16 minutes, right? Because perhaps a bit too much to expect them to finish below 15, given that the average within this region plays around the 19th to the 20th of minutes. So if they could even just match the likes of some of the averages out there, but
here we go.
Just talking about the time waster right now, Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan still not refined in the driving just yet.
At least it's way better than before. It feels like just a minor bump instead of a detrimental one. Yes, it actually bought them like extra 5 seconds to reposition those entire vehicle to move towards the final checkpoint. But I have to say, their average before was way different than now. But by the end of the day, we have to wait until they actually did touch the finishing line. If not, it's still not counted, regardless of how fast they can finish off the first and second checkpoint. But Team Kazakhstan once more stuck themselves, not enough speed boost. But I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to have a mid-air jump. But they did swerve, have a bit of drift. But lucky enough, they got themselves stuck in another tree. But at the same time, they still are in the lead.
Yeah, Team Kazakhstan, they had a great start, but they really have to avoid these small mistakes here, because that is pretty detrimental to be having way too often of a crash, especially one that keeps you, destroys your momentum and stops your speed towards a certain objective and checkpoint.
Coming up, Team Sri Lanka and Team Nepal on the other end in the contention of trying to get the 3rd and 4th place. But from the other two sides, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, both teams already in the final checkpoint, placing themselves for the ground targets to get themselves an advantage and a head start when it comes to their special mission on top of that checkpoint. How much can they gain, score themselves when it comes to the initial scores before the checkpoint actually activated? Now, we haven't got the scores yet. So far, if they can hit the almost 100 target, that's already a huge advantage. But now, right now, they do have in the 20s, which lead by the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, but Team Kazakhstan is catching up as well.
Team Kazakhstan, they're positioning themselves. They understand that for these fast-moving targets, it's much better to do it point blank, and they will take some points across the board here. 34 now within the lead that was built. I do not know how many seconds do they have left before these activity does count down to 0, and that is happening right now. Actually 2 seconds and 1 left on the clock. This is begun.
The moment you saw all the players running, it's going to be less than 5 seconds, or around 5 seconds. I can assume that much now. But at the same time, it's all down to how well can they track down these objects and not wasting their ammunition. Because so many times, oftentimes, we see teams from South Asia, particularly on that region, they overuse their ammunition in not actually trading well with these flying objects, and that wasted so much of their time to replenish their resources instead. But so far, Team Kazakhstan taking the lead once more with over 100 points so far, but Team Kyrgyz is not too far behind as well. As Team Sri Lanka, we can see this is where they struggle now.
Struggle, as they may say, and this is where the handicap comes in. It just so happens that during the seeding stage, all these teams that have made record time and have been seeded were playing as an individual team within each lobby, playing for time to get seeded, and so this might have robbed them the experience of being a bit more competitive within this entire lobby itself, and it shows a lot of the seeded teams just come in short.
30 minutes clocked in, 200, it's not even half. Can they really finish under the 15-minute mark here? Because the average before was around 7 and 18, that's going to be the most. And the usual middle average is going to be around 19. So if they finish off under 15, that's going to be yet their best record around this track so far, especially in the Central Asia and South Asia region.
I think 16 and up, that's still very impressive. Again, like you said, the average is 19 minutes. 16 minutes from the 19 is still significant time shaved off from previous performance. So I think that's something they can still look forward to. Plus, 16 minutes just puts you in average to some of the regions like West Asia. So that would be one step towards trying to compete against the likes of East Asia eventually.
We have to look at the average by track per track, right? Because it's not fair for us to put an average across all the track here. So I assume for track 1, the number 1 usually ends up just under 17 minutes, which can be around 60 minute 40-ish seconds, around 60 minute 40 seconds. If we put up both for track 1 before, was Nepal taking the lead at first. Team Kazakhstan are having a bit of a tough time at first in their first round, in the very first day. But when it comes to second round, that's where they start to come back here. But in the meantime, definitely they spend way more time here than the rest. But Nepal, I have a feeling, they do have the final target or the final objectives way better than all the other teams. They can catch up from the very last place before up to the first place now.
Team Nepal, they're looking pretty solid right now, but I still say this is neck and neck. Look at that, just as we were talking about it, Team Kazakhstan takes back onto the lead. It could either go all 3 ways here, with the exception of Team Sri Lanka. It looks like it's a race towards the finish line for Team Kazakhstan, Team Nepal, and Team Kyrgyzstan. Only very fractional marginal difference. Only 2 points away for Nepal, and they will take on the lead at 474, closer towards the 500 mark.
Took them around 5 to 6 minutes to end this final checkpoint. You have to add another 30 seconds on top of it, just to finish off at the finishing line here for the race. But on the side of Team Kazakhstan and Team Nepal, both are trying to leave the vicinity, knowing for the fact they completed their task. Same goes for Team Kyrgyzstan here. But in the meantime, who actually ends at number 1? Because the other teams, Team Kazakhstan taking the lead for driving, Kyrgyzstan follow pursuit on second, and Team Nepal will place themselves at third place for now. But Team Kazakhstan, this is going to be a detrimental crash if that happens.
Team Kazakhstan right now has got the clearest chance towards victory here, with only Team Kyrgyzstan right behind them and significantly far apart. Now they do still have this stretch of road to go through. Team Nepal finally joining in this race, which is quite surprising given the fact that they were so close towards that 500 points. But in with Team Kazakhstan, a stretch down the road, surely this is theirs to win, taking home that top one position at 16 minutes and 39 seconds.
We didn't mention about 60 minutes, 40 seconds is going to be the usual average in number one spot, and not too far off coming up from Kyrgyzstan, just, well, 4 seconds away here. Both teams having a very good start of the day, but they can do better. It's just they spend too much time when it comes to the final objective. The average spent on other regions is going to be around 5 minutes, a bit extra here coming up from the side of team from South Asia and Central Asia, around 6 minutes-ish. So if only they can just have those ground target early on a bit more, it might cut short their time as well by the end of this track.
I also have to point out, if we are talking about inefficiencies, Team Nepal, they fumbled that ball. It was theirs to win. They were so close towards the 500 mark, but this comes down to understanding the timing in which you can accumulate. They sent all 3 members down at 486 score, thinking which shows confidence, number one. But how is one member going to play the flying target to rake in the difference of at least 14 points? And that was when they dropped the ball. That was when they had to resend everyone back up onto the podium while everyone else complete the scores and jump down into evacuation.
You know, I mean, like that's something that I think miscommunications between the teams and how too much trust that you put up to your team, that one particular teammate. But we're watching the IQ highlight between the Central and South Asia region finals here right now. So far, track number one, even though they have a faster average in the first and second checkpoint compared to all the other regions, they are pretty much upstandard towards this Asia region when it comes to the first two checkpoints. But the one that's stopping them and hold them back is going to be the final one, because that's going to be how they spend too much, 6 minutes or more, just to finish off their quest in the final checkpoint just now. But like you mentioned before, it was Nepal's ball and they dropped it.
Yeah, but still, take a look at all these results here. Definitely a huge step up from what they performed yesterday. Less mistakes within the drive, faster timing finish, no longer looking like a team who would conclude things at 19 minutes-ish. So that 16 minutes run across the board, only with one, Team Sri Lanka at 17, definitely shows potential. Take a look at the Audi Super 8 player.
Yep, 2 players coming out from the Team Sri Lanka, one from Kyrgyzstan and another one from Kazakhstan. So far, no players from Nepal, Team Nepal. Yeah, I think it's because they do have an average of the same, pretty much distributing almost the same amount of it. But sadly, they were in the lead. But, you know, if you have not completed the mission at its maximum score, it's best not to assume you can randomly find another target within a couple of seconds, because for a person to find that one flying object fighting against all the other players, around 12 of them, that's why it's going to be hard for you to pin at least one down, just one more.
Yeah, and that was the most frustrating thing, right? We saw Team Nepal becoming the first to move. They were the ones in blue, in case you forget. They jumped down straight, but then there were no ones hitting that target to close in that gap. And immediately you see the rest of the other teams, Team Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan, still 3 members shooting, and only then when they were done, they left that podium. And so Team Nepal had to crawl their way back up, so which just feels bad, man.
I did not forget. I was assuming that all 3 are going out together, because I was saying all 3 teams finish up together because the scores then slide out, right? Because we saw all of them starting to jump into their vehicles. But then I'm surprised what took them so long to get out from there. And then the score pops again. They did not even complete their target yet.
Yeah.
They should have, 100% we're completed then. Okay, let's go jump into the car.
But I kind of get the thought process, right? Usually when it's just a fractional difference, let's say you have 494 out of 500. then maybe some of them will make the move already. But at least leave 2 people on the top side.
I mean, like, usually when you start to move is where there's only 2 points need to be garnered in the last minute, because that's where you can find a ground target. It costs you 2 points. But for more than 2 points, I think you still need to shoot a flying object. One flying object costs 10.
Yeah.
So might as well just shoot one instead of trying to find like 6 more to, you know, just fully get your scores there. But coming up for our number 2 track, we do know this is going to be one of the shortest track down there, but the obstacles, on the other hand, is a bit...
I mean, it's a fun one, especially now that we still see a little bit of sloppy driving still persist within
this is where you like it most.
DNA. Yeah, and so Team Kazakhstan, thankfully, they got away with, despite a few mishaps driving within this this entire track number 1. Thankfully, Team Kyrgyzstan as well got into the same crash when Team Kazakhstan do. And now the worry becomes this. They got lucky this time around in terms of, you know, that situation. What if this time in track number 2, a team crashes and the rest makes a bypass ahead? So they cannot let that happen.
Well, I think the one that closest to do so is going to be Team Nepal for now, because we can see how familiarized they are when it comes to the track itself. But for the side of Team Sri Lanka, we can see how unfamiliar they are with those tracks before. They are a bit, they're taking a bit of a longer rotation instead of going for the corners that they can just cut across. But if they figure that one out, I am not surprised they can actually catch up when it comes to round 2, because right now it feels like they're just starting to familiarize themselves with Team Sri Lanka because of how the number of games is not as much as the others. But on the side of Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, feels like these two, even though they always take the lead, they always happen to crash when both are taking the lead. So Team Nepal can catch up, but I think they're still going to take the lead anyways.
So I guess one conclusion can be drawn from that statement is that Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, both looking like the higher performer within this group, both sharing the same travel path, which results in the same crashes.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because that's what the same crash happened in a very small compound just now. And it is what it is. But coming up from Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, they are one of the most closest. One would thank you. We love you too, bro. Good luck. All the best for all the athletes. But coming up for the next one, can Team Nepal catch up? Can Team Sri Lanka adapt faster? Because they need to know every single rotation, every single route towards the next checkpoint. But if they don't know all the bumpy roads, then they might be flying with the wheels up on the air instead.
Yeah, and that's always the most unfortunate things. But it's based on our experience and history and potential setbacks that we've seen within this game mode. You being tipped over is never really as bad as running out of gas, so let's hope
that's the worst
that
case scenario.
also doesn't happen here.
Well, we do have substitution coming in, which is going to be Sri Lanka player. Reza will be stepping in this time. It seems like he's get up and ready. Look at the focus from all these athletes. They are piercing their gazes into the IQ 11 because of how amazing the screen is right now.
Touch and feel the performance itself. Same can be said with Audi, but I guess that's no surprise, being such a huge brand within the automotive scene for a very long time. And so, you know, with the Q4 e-tron, they're going to get that one right. Just like some of these teams who has got to get things right within this track number 2 of match number 1 here. We have 2 sets to be played. We are still within the first, and now track 2 is on its way.
Now, what we worry most when it comes to track 2 is going to be the journey or the section 2, where you know for a fact the first to the second checkpoint around the platform area, if you know how to play around those walls, then the timing of the speed booster is so crucial. If you overboost yourself on top of that platform, we've seen the worst of the worst happen before.
Yeah, you could potentially, well, flip your car around, especially because at the other end waiting for you is a minor, I would say it's a minor hill or a mountain, but the gradient works against you. And so you don't want to be boosting yourself into, for lack of a better word, smack dab onto a wall.
That's usually the case. Or a tree if it's not a wall. A tree is actually tougher than your vehicles in this case, yeah. But so far, Kazakhstan, as per usual, they do take the lead, but the boost coming out from Team Nepal. Now they want to take the lead instead. You know, we're gonna prove you what we have. But Kyrgyzstan, they cannot be too reckless. They got themselves boosted up even more. We are looking at a very good race, but this is where it lies.
Oh.
Can they land on 4 wheels?
They could try and make the attempt to land on 4 wheels, but right now Team Nepal just fumbling it all. Team Kyrgyzstan finds their way forward. Team Kazakhstan unfortunately did not get the chance to try and land on 4 wheels as they crashed face first onto one of the hay bales, and they were held back for a significant period of time.
We do have Team Nepal catching up at the back. I think Team Kazakhstan, even though they had the lead, now they've fallen off to the last one, but it's still not too detrimental because it's still not reaching up to the first checkpoint. We do know everybody can catch up, but the most important one is how fast can they clear those grounds before the mission starts?
That is going to be one of those factors in play here, but for the time being, a lot of grounds to cover by some at all in all of these teams. Playing within these hills of Miramar, I do see Team Kazakhstan just fumbling their way through. Not so much of a pressure now that they're playing from behind. That one goes to the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, who's trying to defend their position, keeping their nose front and forward against Team Nepal, who has taken the lead.
I was so worried they might clash next to each other just now and might miss the checkpoint if that happens. But gladly and happily see that they both make it in time and didn't miss. Imagine if you have to make a U-turn if you missed that checkpoint just now. But coming on the back, it's going to be the 3rd and 4th place for now, which is going to be Team Sri Lanka and Team Kazakhstan. But Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal cannot be complacent, knowing for the fact they're not too far off between the gaps here. It's all about finding those ground targets as fast as they can before being snatched away by the other team.
They're going to try, but they see members already within this compound immediately, only deploying one member just so they can avoid, you know, overcommitting time in this place. But they both have similar ideas, and that is to scale up onto the top floor here, but unfortunately it fits only two. Fighting for the same target. This man right here in purple, team from Kazakhstan, they're going up against the team Sri Lanka, who has already gotten top floor from the get-go. So that's going to be a bit of a questionable approach, since you're only reaching the target points after Team Sri Lanka takes it.
First come, first serve, man. And you know, for me, that's going to be a waste of time, since they do have 2 more players and more players on firepower on that side. So since they're already occupied, they might as well just find a different area for the ground target instead, because there's no way for you to actually get those points early on. But Team Nepal taking the lead this time with 54 points. But Team Sri Lanka showing their strength as well, as they are leading on 2nd. But Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, now slowly climb up, and it feels like it's going to be 3 teams going a full contest here, except for Team Kazakhstan still fall back behind. Surprisingly, they're always taking the lead, but now they are catching up.
And this is where we finally see the real advantage in being the first movers into compound here. This time, Team Kazakhstan, they were the last one in, and they had to try and compete for the same prime location and prime targets, and they did not accumulate the scores they needed before this challenge began. They only had 30, while the likes of Team Sri Lanka and even Team Nepal had about 40 to 50 points to get on with, and so they will suffer the wrath right now, as some of these teams already hit that 300 mark, and Team Kazakhstan would have to play it back.
Man, I think this can be one of the first few times that we're looking at Team Kazakhstan getting it quite later than the others. But I do want to see if Team Nepal can actually try to finish on first, because they did in the previous qualifier stage. But can they do it again? Because Team Kazakhstan is a team that a little bit of a late bloomer. Usually they come back on the 2nd round instead of first one. But coming up for the other 3 teams, they all exit out from the first checkpoint at the same time. So we can assume, and safe to assume, with this POV of the player's handcam from IQ 11, just see how composed they are when it comes to crossing this platform. But they're taking it super slow, and finally boosted out in the last minute, hoping to land with 4 wheels. But I'm not sure about this, Kyrgyzstan still have to work on those landing, but this given an opportunity for the other 3 teams to catch up.
Yeah, this is why that movement is not efficient. You are number one, dropping onto a wall in front of you. Number two, you have to make a horizontal movement. Meanwhile, take a look at what Team Kazakhstan's doing. This is a straight displacement towards that direction and immediately not losing any momentum in that process. They will now climb their way, I think, into number 2 within this race itself. Team Kyrgyzstan, though, now doing stunts and backflips, and they will find their car in, well, I guess not in commission right now. They have to hit the reset. Surely, why are you sending members on forward to try and make things your way? But it will be Team Kazakhstan now taking that lead because of the fumble that they have there.
The safest route, yeah, even though it looks like something that might not even airborne just now, but it was actually one of the shortest route and most stable one that will not cost you too much of a time to get there. But coming up from Team Nepal, they stumbled at the back line just now. A lot of team having a bit of a stumble moment when it comes to those platforms, like we mentioned from first to second checkpoint, that they flip too long. But gladly, all 4 teams ready in the second checkpoint, safe and sound. So, but at the same time, all teams happen to be having the same number of target, regardless of how Kazakhstan actually the first one to get into it first.
Well, I do believe that there's always going to be a first mover advantage here, and that would be reflected across the board. Team Kazakhstan finally playing in a position more comfortable to what they do know, and that is playing from the front side. Let's see if they can capitalize further of this advantage, or will Team Kyrgyzstan, despite that sticky situation earlier on, still beat them in the game.
Was initially Kazakhstan taking the lead, but now Kyrgyzstan also want to show their prowess and just keep it going. But we do know the moment we saw all the players and the athletes start running, it shows that the time is only left with 5 seconds. Everybody displays themselves on the platform. Feels like they are definitely more organized, and they got themselves an airdrop. Which team is this? It's going to be team coming up from Sri Lanka, and that's going to be a huge leap for them when it comes to their scores. But Team Kyrgyzstan taking the triple digit now. But at the same time, from Team Nepal, they are pretty good when it comes to shooting down the target as well.
They are raking in these numbers here, but Team Nepal still barely struggling actually, trying to break into the 100 pointers, and they finally do that. But it is Team Sri Lanka now up on a rise, trying to take over the spot in which Team Kazakhstan currently positions themselves. But Team Kyrgyzstan is the one who might just walk away the ultimate victor. More than 50% through already, reaching into that 300 mark. That is going to put them at least 70% across the board.
We always mention about how Kazakhstan really learned so well and adapt themselves in a very short amount of time. But you have to give credit to Kyrgyzstan. If they finish off this track once more, they are having the most consistency when it comes to getting themselves at number 1. And not just that, if they can keep it under 16 minutes. Now, do note that track 2 is shorter than track 1. Usually it will be last 2 minutes than the track number 1. If they can finish around under 15 minutes, it's already a new number coming up from the side of Team Kyrgyzstan.
Team Kyrgyzstan definitely is out there. Like I said, it's one of the top 2s, Team Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, especially within this region. But you also have to factor in that Team Kazakhstan did make a lot of blunders throughout track number 2, but still faring pretty evenly against the likes of Team Kyrgyzstan itself. It's not even a safe assumption to say that Team Kyrgyzstan would be the first one out, because they might potentially get undertook or overtook later on in checkpoint 3.
But all 2 teams now leaving at the same time as Kyrgyzstan, even though they have the lead. But we all worry about their driving skills, because as per usual, the small compounds and the small corners, that's where they get stuck sometimes. But Team Nepal and Team Kazakhstan already leave by and left with only Team Sri Lanka still on top of checkpoint number 2. But coming up from Team Kyrgyzstan, can they keep the lead? Because it's really unpredictable, extremely unpredictable with this region when it comes to their driving. When it's really crucial for them not to make mistakes, that's where crash happens.
I think for Team Kyrgyzstan, the objective is simple. All they have to do is make it as clean as possible, because we know when you're playing in second place, that's where the pressure is on and the temptation for you to just boost on forward is at its strongest, and that usually opens you to so many potential mistakes. Maybe overshooting a turn, maybe overshooting a beach flag, or maybe just tumbling down as in general. And so that is the mentality in which Team Kazakhstan will have to play from.
I just hope nobody actually forgot about the patrol station. That's it. Because that's going to be the worst case scenario, the most punishing mistake ever in any track that we witnessed before. But here comes Team Nepal marching in as third. Just maybe 2 to 5 seconds difference between Team Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan. Coming up back to Team Sri Lanka. Fully pursued very closely behind, so I guess it's not too far off. It's all down to the accuracy and this downtime of 120 seconds. How much can they just accumulate their points before it even started for their mission?
Well, that's exactly what they will have to try and strive for here, Team Kazakhstan, if they're looking to make the biggest of difference and still end up in another top 1 position. Right now, 32 out of the 500, just trailing behind Team Kyrgyzstan. But they will eventually take the lead. But can they hit into, at the very least, just for this region's sake, the 80 points in which they were able to do so previous round?
You know for a fact, it's going to be hold you for a long time for these flying objects. This is where you want to get and redeem yourself, you know, to compensate the time needed to spend on those flying objects, because these objects are easy to spot on and easy to shoot down compared to those flying ones, which have a smaller box, target box. But back towards our final checkpoint, here we go. The flying object commence as Team Kazakhstan just taking the lead once more. But we do know for a fact, Team Nepal, when it comes to the final checkpoint, they can catch up, as long as they're not repeating the same mistake just now again.
That is definitely potentially even their forte here, but we'll have to see how they fare out once again with the judgment on the timings. But it is Team Kazakhstan, the only one with the 100+ pointers, and that is going to give them a head start towards reaching that 500 points. Trailing in second place is either Nepal or Team Kyrgyzstan itself, but it is Team Nepal who hits the 100 pointers far earlier than Team Kyrgyzstan, who now is in #1 spot.
I'm still waiting for Team Nepal to just overtake all these two teams right now, hoping for them to have a very fashion ending. But so far, still taking the lead. It's going to be Team Kyrgyzstan, taking almost all 200 points here, but just 2 points difference between Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan. Coming up from Team Scott Preferred, this time you have to give it to Zariche, who's taking the lead for Team Kyrgyzstan, same goes for Ifak. But now, it's like almost evenly distributed between all the players or the athletes of Team Kyrgyzstan. Coming up from Team Kazakhstan, on the other hand, they're taking the lead, but it's just too small of a gap. For Team Kazakhstan, Salkesh and Rebel Sky already kind of taking the first 2 spots, but Fache and Batter taking 16% as well, even though he's a driver. But back to the side of Team Nepal, this is their forte, you were right. They were catching up, and they are still catching up from final place or the 4th place just now, going up to the 3rd, then now climbing up to might even the 1st one. But it's all down to the final few targets. They cannot afford to not shoot the one target if they don't have enough. Like, even if it's 2 points left, then they can try to find the ground targets. If not, if it's more than that, just keep on shooting the flying ones.
Team Nepal, surely they've learned their mistakes from the first one. I would like to think that they will not make the same mistakes twice and actually stick on it, because look at how fast they're accumulating those points here. Potential #1 spot winner, leaving even the likes of Team Kazakhstan in a back seat for the time being at 3rd place. They have to look to make the climb, but Team Kyrgyzstan, consistent through and through, a 2nd place finish in track #1 could look towards a top 1 finish here in track #2, and that's just only going to contribute better in terms of the overall timings for them comes the end of the game of track #8.
But Team Sri Lanka, they're not too far off either, but it's just the moment they have 3 teams is way faster than you when it comes to the reaction time shooting those objects. It's just really difficult for the last team to catch up here. All 3 teams leaving almost at the same time. Even Team Sri Lanka is now leaving as well. This is one of the closest teams that we have, and I love how the progress they made so far. But lucky enough, the one that actually leading is Team Nepal, because Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan just now blocked themselves from getting into the vehicle on time.
Yeah, but that is also, you can't blame them for blocking each other, because Team Nepal did finish a second, a tad bit earlier than the rest of those teams, so that gave them their way into the #1 spot. And I think Team Nepal would be really kicking themselves in the foot, knowing that that could have been them in track #1 as well, if they had stuck around and finished the job before they tried and book that exit.
14 seconds and 90 seconds. That's going to be like 5 seconds apart between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan here. But coming up from Team Nepal, I love they managed to finish off first. Their forte really is to find a checkpoint. All they need to do is just focus on those checkpoints and make sure not making the same mistake. They definitely did not do that. And what's more important is going to be how you park your vehicle during the final checkpoint, because you don't want to block yourself from getting out. That's the case of Team Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan just now that caused them to drop themselves in the second and third place.
Unfortunate it may be. I'm pretty sure there were rules in terms of blocking, but unless you park yourself into a blockade, then you're just setting yourself up to fail. But right now, Team Nepal, they understand what it's going to take for them to end up in #1 position, and that is just to finish the job, get it done, and then make sure they're across the finish line.
I have to say they have improved tremendously if we compare with today here, because their average back then, like the fastest even, was just 16 minutes or 17 even. But I would worry for track 3 here, because track 3 definitely one of the worst time or the longest time required for all the teams in this region. If they can break the barrier, getting 16 off, even 15 on track 3, pretty much they are on a higher level standard of player for both Central and South Asia region. Now we're going to check out the IQ highlight just to relive our moment a bit more.
So it's steadily across the board here, everyone 15 minutes, maybe with the exception of Team Sri Lanka again, just probably a minute off the league, and that is just going to build it into their entire overall. Take a look at that result. It is 15:38 for Team Nepal, 15:52 for Team Kazakhstan, and 15:57 for Team Kyrgyzstan, who had the lead for the most time. It just fell off a little bit towards checkpoint #3, and in fact, checkpoint #3, I would argue that they finished as well first against Team Kazakhstan, but then because of the blockade, they are where they are.
I mean, like, they parked there where it's kind of difficult for them to actually get out in the first place. So when it comes to the Audi Super A player, we do have these top 4 players coming up from Kyrgyzstan, which is going to be Zeri Che, coming up from Sri Lanka, Jimmy, Lisipa from Team Sri Lanka as well, and from Team Kazakhstan, which is going to be Sorkash. Now, I have huge respect for Team Sri Lanka, provided they don't have enough track to play, just like how Team Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Nepal did before. But they just flawlessly, seamlessly gel well and adapt accordingly when needed, and they can catch up. I'm not surprised by second round here if they can actually maintain a #1 even.
Which one we're talking about? Sri Lanka?
Yeah, Team Sri Lanka.
Well, we'll have to see, because I reserve some sort of thoughts on this situation, but before I share that one out, we've got more time later on. But for now, a quick break from Choo Choo and myself. We'll see you in the next one.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹E6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Life itself is a learning curve, and this guy is learning faster than any other human being exists in the world right now. We do know you guys are watching into the Road to Asian Games 2022 PubG Mobile Asian Games version with me, Choo Choo, and I'm just gonna
there we go. Finding problems to find compliments. That's what happens when you keep throwing compliments across every single time you open the show. You're eventually gonna run out. You know, there's even a little doubt in me that believes that you don't even believe the compliments you've been thrown all over. So it's all right. You can spare me the details. But talking about learning curve, loving curves, that's totally out there. Learning curves. These players will have to learn how to tackle those curves, because right now, driving seems to be still the issue at large.
You broke me. We talked about Team Sri Lanka before, and like you mentioned, they seeded into the finals way advanced than all the other teams, but the disadvantage will be their lack of experience with these tracks, because they haven't experienced this kind of format as a full team here just yet. So the athletes so far from Sri Lanka, personally, I feel like they are sort of similar like Team Kazakhstan in day one, and like in the day one for their qualifiers, which was yesterday, right? They're having some time to readjust themselves, but when it comes to the second round, they shoot up and consistently getting themselves in the first place. And also, this is quite a good feature coming up from Team Sri Lanka. Even though this is their first to actually get into all 4 tracks with all 4 athletes, they already can catch up, not even up to a minute difference between the teams. So I have a feeling when they get the gist out of it, all they need to do is just rinse and repeat, and their muscle memory at work. That's it.
Yeah, but something is also worrying if we're ever going to talk about about the country, or no, not the country, the team Sri Lanka here, because let's be real, right? Numbers don't lie. Trend lines are based on numbers itself, and Team Sri Lanka is always in a back foot, even after the starting point. Like, there was not a single point in the entire game that we have played in which Team Sri Lanka looked like they were strong competitors in taking the lead.
But it's not that too far of a lead, that's the thing. If it's like 2 minutes lead, then I have to say maybe they might need to take more time to actually catch up here. But because we are walking into track number 3, which happens to be the most time needed for this track to finish, and this is going to be even for the teams, and the sake of Team Nepal, Team Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan took a longer time before. Now to recap what really happened in the qualifier, first time they entered track 3, even Team Kazakhstan need 25 minutes to finish it off. And if you compare their second time after they, you know, they kind of get the familiarized with the track itself, they cut almost half of it, up to 17 minutes. Imagine if it's the third time. Third time's the charm, right? So coming up from Team Sri Lanka, I have a feeling they know what's at stake here. So they know that maybe if we learn this and try to memorize as fast as we can with the time given, they can make a comeback on the second round.
Now, the issue with that apple-to-apple comparison is that it's not an apple-to-apple comparison. Remember, Team Kazakhstan only had a 25-minute round because they ran out of gas and had to walk. So sure, everything looks like a plus side comparative to that one unfortunate event. So I wouldn't use that as a standard of what you know you will have to pass, because I think in this level of the competition, you will only hit the 20-ish minute mark if something unfortunate happens.
Well, that's on them then, because numbers don't lie. It shows that how much they are not familiar with what they have to counter if they, you know, miscalculate certain resources and it took it lightly. But from the side of Team Nepal, they're taking the lead once more this time, having a good start. All they need to do is not crashing into unfortunate corners. That's usually the case for the side of Team Nepal, but so far things has been going very smoothly. But this is the platform that they have to make sure they can stably land on all 4 wheels. They happen to be okay for now, but I'm kind of worried with this bumpy road and even the tree. They swerve a bit of a shaky there, but they made it through.
Team Nepal, they're the ones that holds that promise, right? Despite being robbed off from the top 1 position in track number 1, they claimed it back in track number 2, and they did it so stylistically, and it looks like, again, this time around in track number 3, with the lead that they've built up, being the first one within compound, it seems like they might just be that one person or that one team again to take that top 1 position.
Here goes where we want to see one of the most crucial time on the 120-second downtime. You mentioned about this before when we were first starting out. This is the downtime like we didn't see when it wasn't East China, East Asia play yet during that time, Team China. You don't see the perks of this 120-second downtime. Once we saw, if you hit that 100-point mark, it's an advantage if you can actually do that, because the time required for you to do the missions will be cut into half. And not just that, for you to wait for the target to flip, it took you around 2 seconds already. So if you can cut the time short on that, we're finding all this target early on, why not?
Now, talking about building that lead, Team Sri Lanka finally, maybe I'll prove me a little wrong here with the a premature statement, but I will stick onto it until things differs within the overall results. But Team Sri Lanka had the lead for a small period of time, but right now trailing at second place, 44 already. But with all the players running towards the center of the beacon, it seems like it is the cut-off time and it's time to focus on the actual objectives.
Now here comes the mission needed to be done for all the teams. So far, Team Sri Lanka taking the lead with 78 points, but Team Kyrgyzstan just catching up. Team Nepal, on the other hand, when it comes to precision and timing, they have been flawlessly delivering. But it's all about the timing with those vehicles are so crucial, because every single time, every single second, every single millisecond, it's a dime for them. They have to make sure they cannot afford to make any small mistakes there, because it will be detrimental for the entire team. It will drag out through the entire course. On the side of Team Nepal, they kind of been hitting a plateau while Team Kazakhstan catch up to 251, but the points is just too close right now.
266, 286, 294, but it is Team Kazakhstan who actually walks out despite that neck-to-neck performance, and now just shortly after the rest of the teams within this entire region would have to make their exit towards the checkpoint 2. So still neck and neck, marginal difference for at least the top 3 teams, excluding Team Sri Lanka here, who would find their way a couple of seconds slower than the others. But Team Kazakhstan nearly swerved into demise. They find themselves still in the game. A smooth run so far.
Yeah, but they're cutting all the corners as much as they can. Now going to as those high grounds from the first to second checkpoint. Usually the course of the track a bit too challenging, because there's a lot of high mountains and high platform usually between the first and second checkpoint. Yeah, and this is where a lot of people get stuck, but they made it through right in between the fence in the nick of time even, and flawlessly getting themselves into the second checkpoint. But I may speak too early. We just have to wait and see, because it's still gonna be halfway to go for them to get into the second checkpoint.
That was a close call for Team Kazakhstan. Really, if they really want to polish their performance here, that is one of the things they should look into. And another team, it was Team Sri Lanka, get held back as well, fumbling it right after that drop. But the lead is onto the side of Team Kazakhstan. Very comfortably, they are ahead of the pack here, looking to break into checkpoint number 2 and soon enough.
But not that too far off. It's going to be coming up from Team Kyrgyzstan as always. Yeah, closest team to actually following pursuit, and so far Team Kazakhstan not making any mistake. Hopefully that will be the case here, and just flawlessly going at the finishing line by the end of the day. But Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal is too close between these two teams. Less than a second as a gap. On the side of Team Kazakhstan, they are having a very good day, getting themselves the second checkpoint in advantage of taking those ground target first.
Those ground targets is going to prove them super resourceful, but let's take a look at these neck and neck here between both the blue and the yellow. That is Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal, trying to break it through, but it will be Team Kyrgyzstan who expand the lead even further. The competition really relies within the top 3 teams right now. Team Sri Lanka Choo has got some optimistic things to say, but right now they're waiting to just go out and release that potential that was mentioned.
You really have to punch me in the face now, don't you? With your words. But yeah, I do believe that Team Sri Lanka, because despite, even though they are not familiar with all these tracks, they still managed to deliver with not that big of a gap. Now, it will not be detrimental if you actually do count for their overall scoreboard later on, because if they can make it back to the round 10, got themselves consistently as number 1, they might actually end up in the middle pack, or even at number 1 if they have a shorter course of time compared to this first round here between all these 4 tracks. But on the other hand, Team Kazakhstan, they know what at stake. They know how we will cost them if they don't use whatever time there is in this downtime of 120 seconds at its best. And they try to make use of it and be proactive as much as possible. But we do know the time on the clock will now open up the platform towards the retracting targets.
Team Kazakhstan, the only one who built the lead before this began. 70 pointers. Sure, Team Sri Lanka had 10 on the dot already before this countdown happened, but that's not significant from the number 0, and so Team Kazakhstan would be running away with the largest of leads right now, setting themselves up for greater success comes the checkpoint number 3, and which is where they also have to look towards exacerbating that lead in that third checkpoint with the sure knowledge that Team Nepal could very well overtake them in that platform.
So far, Team Kazakhstan still leading off with 200 points. Team Kyrgyzstan still catching up that same amount of point here. With when it comes to Team Score Preferred, everyone pulling up their own weight for each of the players and each of the athletes for both teams, and Team Kyrgyzstan as well. But in fact, and once more Zariche taking the lead with only 1 point of a difference. But from the side of Team Nepal, everyone is almost the same amount of points. When it comes to Team Nepal, I love how well they control their recoils and their barrels and their reflex as well. The Team Sri Lanka, on the other hand, do have 1 extra ace player, but the rest of them not pulling off all the weight because of how they have to try and snatch all the target away from all the other opponents.
Team Kazakhstan will be the first to hit that 400 pointers and make their way to the next checkpoint. Next to them potentially is Team Kyrgyzstan, and it's a pretty decent gap to be built here from the bottom 2 teams, as last we checked they were only hovering at the plus 200-ish pointers. So you talked about a gap not being more than a minute, but this one right here might just very well do that.
Well, not really so much, because Team Kyrgyzstan just leave the second checkpoint as well. It feels like Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan just having the same mindset, having the same rotation and route of when it comes to their section to section from one checkpoint to the other. And when it comes to their firepower and accuracy, pretty much almost the same. It all differs down towards their driving skills there. And so far, Team Kazakhstan is going to be a fast learner, not repeating the same mistake too many times.
It is Team Kazakhstan still number 1 in the pack, and right now another blunder being made by them again, just letting go of these moments, short moments that cost them so dearly. They really have to look to make more refined maneuvers here if they really want to be the ultimate number 1. But thankfully for all these teams within this region, nobody will get relegated comes the actual Asian games.
Yep, when it comes to whoever is on the top, well, we're looking forward for them to actually be in the Asian games itself, but so far it's one step to the other. Team Kazakhstan now trying to take the lead even further. While the side of Team Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, where are they? They were chasing just back-to-back with Team Kazakhstan just now. They got stuck around the ramp and around the small tunnel, and it will be costly for them because they are letting all the other teams catching up to them. But so far, Team Kazakhstan, they're ready themselves in the final checkpoint. They have to make the gap because we do know this is the forte for Team Nepal, and they love this platform more than the other 2.
So thankfully for the top 2 teams here, Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, they will have that head start of 30 to 40 seconds in total to perhaps build the lead they need and use the remaining of timer to maybe hit that 100 markers to set themselves up for success and leave the rest in the dust here. It still goes down to the overall finish, not really how much time has been spent within checkpoints, and so that counter has begun for the likes of checkpoint 3.
Usually when it comes to track 3, the finish line where we do have the average of 17 to 18 minutes, I do hope we have a shorter time, but based on our previous data of the final checkpoint itself, it requires 5 to 6 minutes for all the teams to finish off their mission. And they even got stuck here for the sort of team Nepal, but at least it's not that detrimental yet because they are already in the site. But all they need to do is just finding their perfect spot to find all those hidden target and the ground target.
Yeah, I think Team Nepal intentionally crashed onto that wall just to drop this one person here. So these teams see the entire map. They've studied the location of all these ground targets, and they will deploy each and one of those members within those key checkpoints to perhaps build in that lead, and that's why the 120 seconds is very crucial for their end.
Nobody's on the platform.
Yeah, and right now that countdown has turned down to 0, and Team Kazakhstan only 50 pointers as a lead here, but still 50 comparatively to the rest who only had about 10 to 0 to start off with. Is going to be a slower grind for them into the 500 total.
I think that's the first time ever when the countdown finished and the platform already activated. There's nobody there. I think everybody miscalculated the timing just now, but gladly there's going to be 2 players who are entering without any problems. But coming from Team Kazakhstan, they're putting all 4 men here. It's all down to your IGL. How do you want to divide and conquer this final checkpoint? Well, to put only 2 players to go for the flying target, but I personally feels like it's best to put up all 4. You have more eyes set onto the target, more firepower to finish off the final bullet to explode those flying objects, and not just that. The others, if there's going to be like, what, 2-4 remaining points later on, they can scatter about to find the remaining ground targets. But what's more important, it's going to be just trying to take the lead as much as possible here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, having more members on this platform means more firepower shooting from their end, which also increases the chance of success. And as we live and breathe here, Team Nepal like here opting out for a different strategy. Now Team Kazakhstan is the first to hit the 400, and they might just create a big enough leadway moving into the checkpoint.
Now, if only can find 9 more targets, this is arguably the shortest time ever in track number 3. The only track that gives so much problem for Team Kazakhstan by far, and possibly one of the longest track they keep their numbers up there. And this is one of the worst track as well. Last time we remembered about the gas issue, which was 25 minutes. But this time they're trying to redeem themselves, 50 minutes on the clock, but they're still having a bit of a problem and hitting a plateau when it comes to hitting almost at the end of the finishing line in this final checkpoint.
Now mind you, this is Team Kazakhstan who's crawled their way up from the bottom here because of that gas issue previously in the first round that they played yesterday. They nearly got relegated out of it, and so this is them proving up to the entire world that they were supposed to qualify in the get 500 already for Team Kazakhstan.
Look at Team Sri Lanka. I'm not being optimistic. It is what it is. They are adapting, adjusting so well. They are in the 400s, but hopefully they finish off, because no matter how much you are in the lead, but if you don't finish your scores, it's pretty much pointless. But Team Kazakhstan still will be the first one to live. But who will follow next? We have to wait and see. And so far, they got themselves a huge lead. Since nobody's still living out of the compound of checkpoint 3, that's going to be like around 20 seconds lead in their hands.
20 seconds is a lot when it comes down to making that final decision. And just to echo on that sentiment, it doesn't matter if Team Sri Lanka is just a small fraction away from the others here. Marginal difference, they are still not fast enough to beat them in the placement. And so Team Sri Lanka will really have to amp the ante here if they really want to take something home.
Do you hope they break their own record for the side of Team Kazakhstan? Their best time just yet, it was 17 minutes 08, and they making another record for themselves. 16 minutes and 46 seconds. They are definitely getting way better ahead this time around.
That is insane coming from these teams here. Team Kazakhstan, who would have thought they were so close in getting eliminated, but by the skin of it, they clutched their way through and made it into this round, and right now they are wiping the floors with the rest of the world.
Team Sri Lanka on the other end catching up to second place, but they finished within 17 minutes, which is going to be less than a minute difference between them and Team Kazakhstan. Almost even maybe around 30 seconds or 40 seconds of gap. It's going to be 42 seconds, and they ended on second. They are halfway through there. They're getting way better placement this time, but Kyrgyzstan fall just slightly bit short with only almost 10 seconds of a difference, make it 12. But finally, we do have Team Nepal, who happen to be struggling when it comes to this third track right now.
Team Nepal, they were #1 before, and this finish might be eating into their victories. So they have to be careful, because right now, whatever lead that they've included within themselves in their past performance will not be reflected, as it, well, one thing cancels out the other. And now they find themselves again trying to play catch up. No lead was made for the likes of Team Nepal.
Now it feels like we do not know who will take the #1 so far, but we can say that Team Kazakhstan is kind of consistent, but it's a bit too soon for us to say that, since we saw how Team Sri Lanka now start to have that tempo and also get familiarized and kind of getting used to the tracks and the objectives. But let's look out for our IQ highlight between the Central and South Asia region for their finals right now. When it comes to the second section, this is actually kind of still fair ground and fair play for all the teams. You see everybody kind of getting out from first and second checkpoint almost at the same time. The one that really make a big difference is going to be the final checkpoint, which is a bit detrimental at this stage, since everyone pretty much have the same standard.
Talking about standard, Nepal did not meet them right now. 18 minutes. That is a huge gap from the first place. Nearly 3 minutes. Okay, 2-ish plus. And then you're 1+ minutes from second, third, and fourth.
Honestly, what happened to them? They're supposed to be their forte when it comes to the final checkpoint. I'm surprised they couldn't catch up in the last minute, because they were having some sort of a lead halfway through. But back towards our Audi Super 8 play, we do have our 4 amazing players here, which are going to be coming up from Team Kyrgyzstan. Zariche, this guy delivers every single time. He's the first one to contribute towards the team. Come up from Team Sri Lanka, Tota, coming up with 416. While Team Nepal, we do have Shahaz with 396 scores. And last but not least, once more, Team Kazakhstan, Sarkesh, always the first one to give so many points. But even though they do have lesser points, but we do know for a fact the trend is in the Audi Super 8 players, the lesser you have the number is actually better for the entire team, which means everybody pretty much contributing the same amount of scores.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of team contribution, that it shows that way. But one cannot say, if everyone contributes, let's say, but this one player still contributes far more, it isn't necessarily a bad thing, right? In the end of the day, a full contributing team, yes, is the team that would win, but if you have an outstanding player in a fully functional team, then you're just a weapons of mass destruction, pretty much.
But for now that we saw the trend, it's going to be the team that having a longer time to finish do have the highest number for their Audi Super 8 players by far.
Yeah, but in that context, that doesn't mean they have a fully functional team. They have a fully functional member who's doing all the points for that team. And that, unfortunately, is not enough to bring the rest. So it's more of carrying dead weight rather than actually standing out from the rest.
That's kind of true. If only everybody kind of distributed around 400 points, now that's going to be a lot for the entire team. And so far, the trend is, so even if you are the lowest number when it comes to the top 4 Super 8 players from Audi Super 8 players, it's not really a bad thing, because usually that's going to be the team that's taking the #1 spot most of the time. Well, vice versa, and also maybe same or not so same. It depends on the entire team as well. I mean, like, if all 4 players, if it's really a fully functional team, all 4 players are coming out from all the same team. Kind of makes sense now.
Sorry, you have to backtrack on that?
Like example, you mentioned about maybe that one player. It doesn't mean like the entire team is not super functional, right?
So
But-
no, it could go two ways. It's either this player is outstanding in his strong team, or everyone else is just weaker that he stands out. That was my point.
Oh, okay. My point is, right, because if it's like really a super strong A team and everybody contributes evenly, then all 4 of them will be deserving on the all the super A players. And so far, we haven't got that much just yet. Maybe 2 players at the same time on top of a bird, on the board from one team. 2 players from one team. So yeah.
Actually, I think Team China has got it.
All 4.
It's okay. All 4, maybe not. So where's the fun in that now? Would it? That wouldn't make up for entertainment value itself. And so, yeah. So that was my point, because what in the Audi Super A player, what's in consideration? Total number of points, right? And if you take a look at a game, what is capped and fixed? Total number of points. So within, for example, checkpoint 3, within 500 points, who within your teammates delivers the most? And if everyone does it, then nobody's a standout Super A player as an individual.
But if you're really outstanding, extraordinary, extreme Super A players, right? Then all 4 of them will be having all 400 scores.
No, but because you can't have more than 500.
But the thing is that the accumulation of just one checkpoint or all around of all checkpoints?
So in general, when you accumulate, let's say checkpoint 2, 3,
okay.
and 4. Let's say the 3.
5, 3, and 2.
Yeah.
So it's going to be 1,000.
Yeah.
So the most you can distribute if it's
evenly. Divided by 4.
So it's going to be what? 250.
Then that would be baseline.
So nobody will stand up
No
into
one would
the...
stand right, exactly.
So it's actually not a bad thing then.
So that's why that's my point. Like, it's either number 1, you're an outstanding player in a strong team, or nobody else is pulling in the points and it's just you, because you can never get more than 1,000 points in total for a team.
Imagine if you actually pulled that off, one. It is not just super, that is extremely superb Super A player. But speaking of our final track here, you know what? Last track we saw just now, definitely an improvement coming up from the side of Central Asia and South Asia teams. But this time when it comes to track number 4, we will have a bit of a shorter time for the ending, but it all down to can they make it to the last bridge. We've seen that multiple times, and that's where you crack yourself so hard last time we saw it.
I mean, we've seen numerous ways on how teams could potentially play that wrongly and fail, right? You have, on one hand, teams who does not time the boost right and ends up short, hitting into the curb before and not actually landing on top of the platform itself. That's number 1. Number 2, you have teams who use the boost, I don't know, they didn't time the boost too well again, but finds themselves shooting towards the skies and hitting onto the barriers, the scaffoldings of that bridge itself. And then number 3, you have teams who chooses against using that bridge, make their way onto the ground side, and get hit by obstacles as well. So there's just a million and the one things that can go wrong in just that one specific juncture.
Yeah, some of the teams manage to make all the way all to the bridges, but when they land down, they happen to be tumbled down as well. So I mean, like, even you made it through the bridge, it doesn't mean it's still safe. And that's the fun of this map and this track as well. I mean, like, we're waiting and looking if they learn from the mistakes and what is the shortest amount of time that they can actually accomplish for all the players and athletes. But so far, the average we've seen by far when it comes to today's performance and all across the track is going to be 15 to 16 minutes, right? But when it comes to track number 4, in the previous data, the longest time taken by the side of Team Kazakhstan was 19 minutes. That's definitely not the one they're running out of gas, but I think they kind of crash into the bridge.
Yeah. Yep, that's just them tumbling a lot, and yeah, we've seen it over and over again. And even today itself, I don't think they've had a clean run so far.
I think last one they did.
No, they definitely crashed.
That one was Kyrgyzstan, I think. The one that actually stuck around the tunnel, right? That was Kyrgyzstan, and Kazakhstan actually, Team Kazakhstan made it through. But they just slowed down a bit and lost their momentum. But some bumps that we kind of missed, they're kind of shaky. But, well, we're almost done for round 1. in the finals of South Asia and Central Asia between these four teams, Team Kazakhstan, Team Kyrgyzstan, Team Sri Lanka, and Team Nepal. Can they redeem themselves after some loss in the last 3 tracks before we heading into second round? They need to close up the first round here.
Well, they have to close that chapter so we can conclude match 1 of the qualifier finals or regional finals here in the Road to Asian Games 2022 for Central and South Asia. They will be deployed onto vehicles, and this is where most of the fun begins within this region, on wheels and on all fours.
Now I remember. It was Team Kazakhstan, right, who jumped onto the other team's vehicle when they're running out of gas. And teams got separated because of how they've been dragged away, miles away apart from each other. I'm reliving my nightmare. But when it comes to the start, when it comes to this final track itself, it feels that all 4 teams having a very good start. Never happen to be bumped into anything just yet, but we may say it too soon. We're gonna have to wait and see, because when it comes to track number 4, it's a bit shorter than track 3, but there will be more obstacles there.
Yeah, it's a lot of sharp turns, and that usually eats into the timings, right? Because most players, if you're not well equipped to tackle turns, you are going to lose a lot of momentum slowing down just to make sure you don't lose out of control. So the team who could steer their way into victory is the team who could kind of shave down
this is where everybody gets stuck.
Yeah, no, we were just talking about it, where the fun begins within this region. Already a collision happens.
Oh man, Team Sri Lanka got stuck, and it's going to be another team just behind them who happen to be stuck at the same time as well. And this giving an opportunity for Team Kazakhstan to take the lead, because that was a very small road, like it or not. Everyone have to pass through this very same entry. On the side of Team Kazakhstan, they're making their way into the first checkpoint flawlessly, and a flawless run here. But at the same time, the haystack sometimes got caught in between.
Oh, there we go. Grazed it by the edge and into a halt. That hay bale is made of iron. I don't know what they're hiding on the underneath, but it won't budge somehow.
Oh man, if only that thing budged. At least it's like just slows you down instead of putting you at a halt, right? But at least all the teams, and it's not too detrimental when it comes to the first checkpoint. We know that for a fact, because everybody have an equal fair ground, and when it comes to this first checkpoint, it's still something that mendable for these teams. But everyone is already inside the first checkpoint. All they need to do right now is try to get as much point as possible while waiting for the 120 seconds downtime.
But one thing is true. Team Kazakhstan now does not have a clean run here. That's a bump already. No clean run.
I give you that, yeah.
So that the likelihood of them getting a bump in a previous round probably we missed out on, but I'm pretty sure it's there.
Okay, maybe you're right. But on the side of Team Nepal, I do want to see, because they do have what it takes there. But it's always those minor mistakes that's giving such an impact for the entire team to just be falling off from the top 2. So far, they're getting great when it comes to their pre-mission scores, getting those numbers up closely behind Team Kazakhstan. But when it comes to exiting out the checkpoint, usually that's the case from Team Nepal. They have a bit of a problem with their parkings. Maybe they're trying to pay the ticket first, couldn't find the auto-pay machine, you know.
I guess, you know, parkings are out there in large quantities too, but some of these teams, they're a bit of a VIP syndrome here. They'd like it to be right at the doorstep as they make the exit, and I kind of understand. That's why we'd rather take 20 rounds around parking malls to make sure that we have the one parking in front of the door.
Well, the door is nowhere to be seen because it's an open space for now. Hopefully they just make sure that nothing is in between them when they're getting out of the checkpoint. It seems like Team Kazakhstan is per usual taking the lead, but Team Nepal will be next in contention. Team Kyrgyzstan, on the other hand, is going to be on third. So far, Team Sri Lanka haven't got themselves a good start with any first checkpoint, but they do catch up on the second.
That is expected. I think some of these teams will have their own forte, and if your strategy is to come in a little bit later, maybe it could also be a tell that perhaps Sri Lanka, their weakest suit might be in the drive itself, since they can never overtake teams during those transition periods between checkpoints. So maybe it's moving and shooting and trying to secure that speed up boosters is what maybe they're lacking.
That's kind of true. Now, you mentioned about the speed boosters, right? Surprisingly, when it comes to the Central Asia and South Asia, the numbers of boosters being shot down is not as much as we've seen before. The average number we've seen quite in the high volume is going to be around the 40s in the per user standard. But during the stage of the Central Asia and South Asia finals, the standard number is around 20-ish, not even reaching around the 40s.
Remember Team China's record with the speed boosters?
It was 60-ish, right?
89.
Holy smokes. It's not even half.
They were taking everything for themselves, and so understanding that, that itself is pretty much a testament that one team could potentially get 80+ speed boosters. If you're ending it at 20, 30, then you know it's probably not being fully utilized by your end. And that could be what makes the difference between them having the lead during these transitionary periods.
That's what makes them the difference. I mean, like, if you have every single speed booster actually shot down, that shave off at least like 5 seconds off the clock, around there somewhere. So if you got yourself almost 80, now imagine if one speed booster is around 5 seconds, right? How many minutes is there? Around 400 seconds. 400 seconds it is.
That's significant.
That's a lot. That's pretty much minutes, maybe even 5.
That's longer than
5 minutes. It's longer than 5 minutes. That's a lot.
Yeah. Which is why they kind of have to take notice, right? Because think about it. Each checkpoint, 120 seconds times 3. Is that 400? That's barely even 400 now, is it? 246. That's 360.
Yeah, that's not even 400.
That's not even 400. And that felt like eternity, waiting for the checkpoints to come online.
And that's where you actually make up for the downtime of that 2 minutes. But Team Sri Lanka happened to be fumbling, and they are the last one to enter in the second checkpoint. And they even make a mistake entering there. This is not giving them enough time to find a ground target. And that's actually the one that actually make up for the loss of that downtime then.
Perhaps so, but I don't think it's a 5-second shave off with the speed booster. At best, 2 seconds per booster. Yeah, I think 400 is a bit ridiculous.
Okay, you have to remember the booster do give the velocity of the car a bit more. So it increases around maybe 200 miles per hour, then the standard 100 over. That's quite a number still.
Yeah, no, I don't deny it's significant, but is it game-breaking like that? I'm not too sure.
Is. That's why they got the average of around 12 minutes on the East Asia region.
Yeah, 12, 13 minutes, yeah. Pretty significant shave off right there, but they don't have to worry about them just yet. That one only happens, the cross-regional Asian, how do I say that? The crossover between regional Asian places.
The Asian games.
The Asian games, right? When they do actually cross over, that only happens in Asian games. So not right now. So I guess they can find solace in that. But they still have to, you know, pretty much do the best they can right here, because the rest of the world is watching them. And what stories do you want to bring home? That really depends on each and every one of these teams.
Yeah, that's kind of true, especially towards your parents, where they do support you these days when it comes to the esports. Team Kazakhstan now taking the lead with almost reaching up to the target with only 4 more points to go. Team Nepal, this is where they start to catch up. This is where they start to show their strength. But in the meantime, they have to make sure they don't stumble in the last minute here. While the side of Team Kazakhstan will be the first one to leave again, and taking the front lead, and a head start once more. Will be a gap in between, yes, because no other team will follow pursuit this time.
Team Kazakhstan finds they were comfortably ahead here, more lead. They have been taking the lead since checkpoint 1, now taking the lead again comes in checkpoint number 2, moving into checkpoint 3, looking like they're setting themselves up for success here. Now, mind you, Team Kazakhstan, I believe their track record was a first place in top 1 and a top 1 in track number 3. and now about to look like set themselves up for track number 4 with another top 1 finish. So if we're talking about the realm of match 1, almost confirm is going to be them in the top 1 position, hands down.
I don't want to say that too soon. It's too early to say that because we don't forget about the bridge yet. Because that's where they stumbled last time. Even though they got the lead before, because of how many times they stumbled during downside of the bridge, it was a 3 gap between those bridges. They stumbled all those gaps in between and caught them extra 3 minutes where they placed last. Last time we saw them the first time, but they placed first, yes, within 15 minutes, under 16 minutes, 15 minutes 42 seconds was their record for Team Kazakhstan on the last time we saw them in this final track. Now, can they break their own record, or will it be a longer record than before, even though they do have the lead? Because when it comes to not crossing that bridge yet, don't say it out loud.
Don't want to really jinx it, but man, if that were to happen, then I guess Team Kazakhstan has got no one else to blame but themselves. It is, after all, a game of mechanical testaments here, and if they fumble that, that's really, they would be the ones who deserve it. That's all we could say. But right now, it doesn't seem like they're about to make this mistake. They will play their hearts out, especially towards this very end. They are the first movers into the checkpoint. I would like to see how much points they've been able to accumulate thus far.
And we haven't seen the points just yet. Coming up from Sri Lanka as per usual, they're going to be the last one to leave here. But at the same time, they still can catch up when it comes to the points in the last minute here. Team Nepal, on the other hand, they did manage to take a lead once in track number 2. Now, can they take the lead again when it comes to track number 4? Because they are pretty darn good when it comes to getting those targets down, even though they're a bit later when it comes to their driving.
Bit late, but better late than never, they say. However, that late comes with a huge price to pay. Team Kazakhstan already 60+ points accumulated just before this activity begins, and now the countdown from 3 seconds began. 70 out of 500. That is the record for Team Thailand. They may not have beaten the likes of Team East Asian region with a 100-pointer, but 70 is a good start.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's a sort of, it's still in the high bar standards instead of the average one, because the average we do have around 50 and 60s, right? When you reach 70, even the 100 over, the most we got is around 150, right? 170 or 80 for the Team China. We've seen it before.
So I'm not too sure, but Sir Cloud did mention that there was a point in time where they could accumulate 200 before.
Yeah. It was almost 200, not exactly 200. It was
I see.
around 180 something during that time. So close enough. I mean, like, if you even almost reaching 100, that's already a very good start because they open up so much lead for the team. But Team Kazakhstan, even though they had the lead before, Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Nepal is really good in this shooting, but this one is going to be a bit tougher for them. Like I mentioned before, the visualization on those targets, it's super difficult because of the background itself. You hardly can see the flying objects because how it blends with the mountain behind it.
Blend indeed. That's how most people who's health conscious like their food, but that is not what's happening right now. Full of flavors across these areas. Neck and neck between these regions. Team Kazakhstan, Team Nepal, and even Team Kyrgyzstan. Again, we see them as a triple threat way in potentially ending things in the #1 position. Team Nepal, despite coming in much third place, last I checked, here they are standing in its second, closing that gap ever so slightly, 1 bullet at a time.
Almost hitching up to 200 right now for Team Kazakhstan, but Team Nepal is huge. This is going to be the forte. But sometimes they just hit this plateau for a long time, and this is one of those times because the number stuck at 244, around 10 seconds or so. For this other Team Kazakhstan, it suddenly shoot up to 300. Can Team Nepal catch up? Can they finish off first again? Because if they do, and they did, it's pretty hard to call who's actually #1 because they have been alternating within these two teams who gets first and second. But it's just Team Kyrgyzstan on the other hand also will be pushed down then. On the side of Team Kyrgyzstan plays themselves as third place against once more, but on the side of Team Kazakhstan, all they need to find is another 2 target and they can leave. Hopefully nothing happens afterwards.
Well, right now they're in the first 400 marks out of the 500, so they are decently at least 100 over than the second place, so that lead is there, but I wouldn't disregard 100 points as an impossible wall to climb. We've seen how one stagnation could easily give way for the others to climb up and take over the #1 spot. So Team Kazakhstan, they're trying to be as consistent as possible. 50 more points to go before they book their ticket out of there, and they have to make this last one count. 72 already, 472, 482, and counting. 2 more targets to hit, and that would be officially the 500 marks.
So Keshike might be our Audi Super 8 player since he's leading in the side of Team Kazakhstan. On side of Team Nepal, it's going to be chance once more possibly. Team Kazakhstan only 1 more point to go, but look at Team Nepal closing up the gap. But it needs to stop Team Kazakhstan from shooting those targets by taking those targets down first. They are catching up. Team Kazakhstan now running and leaving as the yellow team park themselves nearby, hop onto it. But can Team Nepal catch up? And if anything happens on top of that bridge, that's going to be detrimental now.
Team Kazakhstan makes the first breakaway in towards the checkered flag here, and that is going to be significant enough for them to solidify again a lot of these top 1 finishers, and they attempt on the bridge, skids a little bit by the side, but still recoverable. I think they will make it. Second bridge down, comes the third, comes the final leap of faith on top of the entire patrol station. No, not really. Right in front of them.
Oh, they almost swerved in the last minute. That was a flawless end of the track for Team Kazakhstan, and this is yet their fastest time on track #4. Not really. The second fast, because they had it faster before, which was 15 minutes 42 seconds. But still, this is within that target, around 16 minutes and 5 seconds.
They are definitely looking competition ready here, averaging all their matches at 16 minutes. And coming in second is Team Kyrgyzstan itself, 16 and 24. And Team Nepal coming in third place at 16:33.
You can see how perplexed my face is right now, because we saw the numbers going up at the checkpoint before. It was supposed to be Team Nepal closest to catching up to us, Team Kazakhstan. What happened there? Why is it always whenever they try to close up the gap, whenever they try to catch up and finish off their 500 scores, they have some difficulty to find at least 1 more target to go?
I guess the equation or the answer to that one is pretty simple. Maybe they jumped the gun once again before actually finishing the job, and therefore buying a lot of time wasted. I guess having to redeploy those manpower over onto the podium stage and try and shoot down those flying targets. So, well, the most consistent across the board right now, Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan, always within the top 2 finish, and Team Kazakhstan 3 tracks in the top 1 finish. So it is undisputed at this point on who is going to be the overall fastest within match #1, but we still have another set of 4 tracks comes in match 2.
I have to disagree on the side of Team Kyrgyzstan on the other hand, because yes, they do have quite consistency on second place, because there's always closely behind towards Team Kazakhstan. But we're going to watch IQ highlight while we're talking about what really happened across all the 4 tracks just now. Well, the thing is, they fall off into third place on the second and third track. Was it the second and third track just now? So they have been alternating between these 2 teams of Team Nepal as well. But I think so far they're pretty still sits on second place, but they cannot be complacent. Did I got that wrong?
I'm not sure, but I guess we'll have to just see the overall here, because I do believe there was at least second place in track #2.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Kazakhstan got a second place on track #2 because Team Nepal got first at 1.
Yeah, so that means that's still three different tracks in which they got top 1, right?
Who?
Kazakhstan.
No, I'm talking Kyrgyzstan.
Oh. Well, you got 1 bad track for Team Kyrgyzstan, and immediately that's going to shift their movement. I don't think so. But what movement is going to shift this towards the Audi Super 8 player here? I know they do sound pretty much phonetically the same, so I guess maybe the miscommunication here.
Sometimes it's confusing. But when it comes to all the Super 8 players coming up from all the regions, we do have coming out from Kyrgyzstan with 2 players this time, which are going to be Zariche and Effect. Coming out from Shahaz from Team Nepal and also Lucifer from Sri Lanka. So far, nobody from Kazakhstan here, surprisingly, even though we do see a lot of the player's name is pretty difficult to pronounce. Again, I have to refer that once more. But for coming up from Team Kazakhstan, Sorkish, there you go. Sorkish always takes the lead, right? But speaking of second and third place, I think it's going to be a tight race once more when it comes to Central Asia and South Asia here.
And I think because overall they are playing for the overall timing. So this is match 1, the first set of 4 tracks. Later on, they're going to play another set of 4 tracks, and that's where the timing really matters as an overall. So for some of these teams, okay, just to put the benefit into your place, your benefit of your doubt, Team Sri Lanka not being too far behind means that they can make up the difference in track number 4. I mean, in the next 4 sets of tracks.
Okay, if we look across the board here just now, let's put it in like a minute gap for every single track, right? So they have to make up for 4 minutes behind if they want to target themselves on the first place in this case. So they have to make up those 4 minutes and every single track to make it even solidify their placement if they want to get number 1 here. They have to pull up 2 minutes lead like we mentioned yesterday. So in this case, I'm not sure if Team Sri Lanka actually can pull it off because we have seen Team Kazakhstan have been very consistent the entire day. And so far, yes, undeniably they are number 1 right now. But the second and third place between Team Nepal and Team Kyrgyzstan, now this is going to be a tough one.
No, I think Team Kyrgyzstan is almost very consistent in second place.
Hear me out, because there's one time in track 2, Team Nepal placed first. And yeah, the gap is not too far, but Team Kyrgyzstan actually placed third. And these teams has been alternating between these two, so it's just, you know, there's one time they got first, but the gap is not too far between all these teams.
Exactly. So that track 2 right there is only by a few seconds. Track 3, unfortunately, Team Nepal draw off very far behind. But enough of that one, because we've got an interview with the players. I believe that will be by Tash Bunny. Whenever you're ready, please take it away.
Thank you very much, casters, and indeed it has been a very competitive day. Speaking of which, I'm joined by from Team Kyrgyzstan, and it's been very, as I said before, very competitive today. And how's your team's feelings like today?
We are feeling good today. We have some rest yesterday, and I think we prepared well.
And you guys definitely did. Currently right behind another team, so very close. And speaking of that, because it's been so very close, what do you think is the overall performance for all the teams today?
I think that all the teams take their best today, and they better than yesterday. I think so, and I think we will play good next match.
Definitely going to be seeing that. Okay, let's talk about confidence levels. Between a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being least confident, how would you rate your team's confidence levels?
I think about 8 and 9.
8 and 9. So 8 and 9 is pretty confident, and I have to say that other teams should be worried because they are feeling very good today. Regardless, gonna go toss it back to the casters. We'll see you guys in a little while. Bye-bye.
Okay, so that settles that conversation, right? Because they're feeling like a 9 and 10. I'm pretty sure that's going to be in the results too.
But at the same time, we still have halfway to go. So anything can change, but here comes our current standing. If you look at the gap here, like I mentioned before, Sri Lanka do have 4 minutes, almost 4 minutes, exactly what we mentioned against Team Kazakhstan, but it's just almost not even a minute difference if you compare it with Team Kyrgyzstan and Team Kazakhstan there.
Yeah, but like I say, Team Kyrgyzstan definitely showed more consistency. That's why they're here in second place. The lead that Team Nepal made was negated with that track number 3 because they ended pretty badly. Look at that, 18 minutes compared to the average 16, 17.
But you have to look at it all the time here. We're 67 minutes and 13 seconds and 66 minutes and 42 seconds. That is around 30 seconds.
30 seconds is a long time, and especially when in MOBA, getting stunned by 4 feels like forever. So we're going to get into more games later on. That's the second set of 4 tracks for the Central and South Asia region. But for now, a quick break from us. This is Choo Choo. My name is Keith. I'll see you right after the break.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 一创，让真的感受从开始才开始。
累了困了，喝。
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Road to Asian Games 2022 PubG Mobile Asian Games version. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my alumni partner here.
We're all rocking stripes. I actually don't know what these fabrics called, but I always see students within Oxford wearing these, and so today we are not casters, we are intellectuals.
Because we're doing our PhD now, right? We are still doing our PhD because with every game, we're trying to analyze, trying to understand, trying to break down everything in this new game mode.
Yeah, I mean, it's more than meets the eyes, man. Remember when day one, when we first get a glimpse of this game, our understanding and viewpoints from then has taken tremendous shift to what we know today, right now, this many moment. And it's only been 3 days, but a couple of hours in.
Yeah, can you imagine that? Like, I think by now we'll be able to write a book about it. Yes, to the extent. But you know who else can write a book as well? It's going to be our athletes. They have been putting in the grind. Like, they're the ones actually executing everything inside the game. And, well, I guess there's still more for us to discover.
Yeah, I mean, for the time being, what these athletes should be striving for is not to write a book about the mechanics of the game, but a biopic of their success here in the Asian Games, or at least the Road to Asian Games, which eventually leads to that.
Yeah, but also shout out to our match technical officials behind the scenes. Got the names coming out there. Adrian Hendricks is back.
Adrian Hendricks?
Yeah.
You mean the guy who has been giving out referee notice?
Adrian
Hendricks?
The Adrian Hendricks you're talking about here.
That spells Adrian Hendricks on Facebook, right?
That spells Adrian Hendricks with an H.
Well, he's a pretty famous guy. Go look him up and find out his technical knowledge behind the game here.
Yeah, he's been the one, together with his team as well. So shout out to his team of ITOs and NTOs that have been working hard behind the scenes to ensure all of our athletes get the best experience possible. And speaking about the best experience, we are having the best of experience here so far at the Road to Asian Games 2022. And this will be the final stretch for these teams before we crown the champions for this region. And also what's going to be important, who's going to be the MVP?
Yeah, Central and South Asia, this is their time to shine. But I have to jump back onto Adrian Hendricks, though. I noticed there's not much referee notice this time around. Is he doing his job?
Oh, he's doing an amazing job then. He's keeping everything in check before it even comes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. We cannot see it, and we have no eyes onto the back lines, but we will have eyes to what's happening in front of these games. Off we go. It's track one, the beginning of match number 2.
Here we go. Valodemar, this will be the second time this group will play inside of this track. So what I do notice is that there is an optimal way to start. And what are optimal ways is actually being used by some of these teams. The driver gets the car, but 3 of the other athletes drop in the buildings in front. So the driver starts the car. By the time he reaches the 3 other athletes, they would have been done with their looting and they can straight move on to the first checkpoint.
And that would shave at least about like 20 milliseconds or something, right? Just being as efficient as possible. I mean, when it comes down to this sort of game and its concept, things go down in a very, very micro level that they have to consider. Even right now, with Team Kyrgyzstan crashing onto those barricades, that's going to eat away within their chances towards heading towards a top 1 finish.
Oh yeah, a little bit of a bumpy start there for them, but nevertheless, I think we can see the trends right now. The trend is always at the checkpoints, but there's one variable though. If you're able to get to the checkpoints first, you're able to steal away or cancel out the opportunities for the other teams to gain starting points or to gain the ground targets. And of course, you get to somewhat pick wherever that you want to be first. But if you arrive last, well, whatever there's left, you have to work with it, including the remaining ground targets. But speaking of the teams that's currently doing well, Sri Lanka leading the pack.
Team Sri Lanka, now they've had a rough match number 1 here. I think their closest towards a top 1 finish was a top 2 finish over in track number 3. Now, can they look to make and do that one again? But perhaps inject a little bit more consistency across the board, well, that isn't an option at this rate. They kind of have to. So they will arrive within this checkpoint, so is all the other different teams, and this is why the first man advantage is such a big deal. With the moment you arrive, the 120 seconds counter starts running the clock, and so with 120 seconds, a lot can be done, and what these teams usually do is park a couple of their members into key prime location within this compound that oversees a bunch of these targets for them to pretty much bring in the accumulated points and give them a lead before the activity begins.
All right, I have additional information regarding some of the game mechanics that I can share. Since I spent some time with the teams, so the static targets actually provide lesser points as compared to the moving targets.
Oh.
Yeah, so there are some teams who actually optimize, well, we're talking about optimizing, right? Like because you have X number of bullets. So do you want to spend those bullets onto a static target that gives you lesser reward? Or do you want to spend those bullets on a moving target that gives you more rewards? But of course, the trade-off is the difficulty level.
Yeah, and that could also potentially means that are you willing to spare bullets onto not getting any points in return? Because it's a potential miss and it's a high percentage of it.
Yeah, so far for the high-performing teams, they ignore the static targets.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's the observation. So they focus on the moving targets, but of course they have to miss. They have to hit their shots. But when we talk about those kind of teams, they're like Team China and so on and so forth, and missing their shots not an option.
I guess that makes sense in a way, because although you could say, do I shoot 2 bullets and get X amount of small points, or do I shoot 1 and get a bigger point? When you look at it on a more holistic level, if you go for the ground targets, the static ground targets, you now have to shift to the next static ground targets, and that requires you to walk and waste a little bit more time. So maybe overall, it is still more efficient to go with the moving targets instead.
Yeah, probably the trade-off of potentially missing is worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that seems to be like, well, we are studying all the best practices around, right? So that's why this is like a PhD class here, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm sure this will be continued to refine by these teams as well. But speaking about the teams, so far we do see that Team Kazakhstan will be the first team to leave checkpoint number 1.
That they do, and this is not news to them. They've been performing absolutely incredible this time round, because they remember to fill up their petrols and so on and so forth. So they're doing definitely better numbers across the board. But what is impressive is that towards the first set of all the 4 tracks that they played, it was averaging out around the 16 minutes, which previously this region is known to be around the 18-19 minute mark. So that's about 4 minutes shaved off, if not 3.
Yeah, so a good amount of improvement, I must say. So now they are putting themselves like in comparison with at least the West Asian teams in about a number, and some of the Southeast Asian teams as well. So they are starting to be at least the midpoint, or at least the standard practice. And if they continue to learn more and to refine, they can move on to the gold standard practice.
I mean, that gold standard is another 3 more minutes than what they were in, which is quite hard to do, especially when they have not nailed the driving mechanics, which seems to be the reoccurring theme here within the Central and South Asia.
Yeah, it's still something they need to work on, but when it comes to the checkpoints, seems to be doing well for them. But speaking about the checkpoints, so now some of the teams reach checkpoint number 2, and it's going to be the same thing. Okay, so one thing that's going to be the variable, because in every track you will get different towns. So different towns have different building placements. Hence, it also means that different target placements. This is where the teams will need to find the most optimal way or optimal site for them to be at. So, okay, so you remember that the other day, I believe it was, Team Brunei, right? So Team Brunei, when they played, they ran out of gas, right? So one of the reasons why they ran out of gas, just to give a little bit more detail, is that they had a plan A originally to land at spot A.
Okay.
But when, for some reason, when the time came, they choose to go for plan B, which is to go further, like to go to the inner side of the compound. Yeah. So when they went in further, they dropped their athletes. Then the driver has to go and refuel. When the driver needed to go to refuel, there wasn't enough gas.
Oh, that sucks.
So it's like you kind of need to decide, like, do you want to drop first? But if you drop early, there could be other teams as well that already looted that spot. So what is the sweet spot? What is the plan if you are the first team to arrive there? Or what is the plan if you are the second or third team or the fourth team to arrive? So that will be the variable.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen time and time again, this happens more often than not, and hopefully some of those teams that you mentioned pretty much brush up on that sort of resource management, to put it out simply. But unfortunately, Team Brunei, they will not be within the Southeast Asian region stack here. They will have to strive towards the next time this event come around, but that can be said for the likes of Team Kazakhstan, who most likely see themselves into the next round, although all members here, all teams here would still get seeded forward to the actual Asian Games main event. But Team Kazakhstan, they are hungry for more and they want to be the overall champions within the qualifier finals, the regional finals.
And of course to take home the prestigious ring, the MVP, thanks to Audi as well. And now speaking about Team Kazakhstan again, way ahead of the other teams. Now starting their move on to section number 3. And section number 3 is always a blocker for the teams, in which most of the teams have yet to crack the code.
Have yet to crack, but I think Team Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and also Team Nepal did so very fluidly. It seems like it's no trouble to them, always neck and neck towards it. However, Team Sri Lanka is the one that always ends up kind of the weaker link comes checkpoint number 3. And the driving falls still happens, the driving pitfalls here. Again, Team Kazakhstan just throwing leads away with that sort of fumble and maneuvers.
Yeah, that could probably have cost them like a couple of seconds, although it's not significant because of their current lead, but still, at some point, they're going to meet up with the other regions. And some of the other regions are flawless when it comes to driving. So that is where they still need to refine and redo, and it seems to be another sticky situation. Okay,
oh, no.
Do they have the vehicle in there, inside of the building or on the outside?
They had to reset because their vehicle was inside the borders. There was no way they could go out on that one. And now, because they reset with the members not in the vehicle, they have to drive down, get this member on board, and then proceed with the move again. Look at that.
Wait.
They have catched up and only just left this entire compound. And so you were mentioning about how it wouldn't be detrimental. All it takes is 2 seconds to get a point across the board by hitting the on-ground targets. And right now, it might even just lose the lead in general to Team Kyrgyzstan.
Yeah, and now they will. Oh, man. They had a good, nice, comfortable lead until all of that happened. So this just shows that what is the impact of such consequences. Now they're trying to get back their lead again. They're trying to chase up. They're trying to maintain it. But again, it's not the smoothest of ride. Happened to be for both teams.
Happened to be for the entire region, I might add. Yeah, it's a reoccurring theme. But this just creates another layer of competition, right? Because if both these or all the entire region is very unrefined in the driving, then I guess nobody really have an advantage, and it still swings 50-50.
Yeah, so it kind of like how do you say, cancel out each other or trade off with each other, something like that. But of course, at the end of the day, it's about how do you fare against the other regions as well, because the gold medal at Asian Games, that is the ultimate goal for all these teams. And today, of course, it is also to get a good seeding, that's one. But at the end of the day, it's all about that. But they will have a couple of months to actually revise how they actually do or lead to that.
Yeah, that is the month in which they need to exert the most amount of growth. That is not even an option. It's expected for them to kind of grow better, especially knowing that the standards out there is the 13-minute mark. I believe these teams will not stop until they finally figure out how, and thankfully for them, This is live on all digital platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and so on and so forth, with the official broadcasting partners, which means they can look back and revise and figure out what Team China is doing better than the rest.
Yep. There will be a lot of study, definitely, probably even more than our PhD study of this game. Now, look at the timer. Okay, so this is a trade-off, right? So if you decide to trade off bullets for ground targets, especially for the static ground targets, meaning that when this main objective starts, you would have lesser bullets than potentially those who just don't shoot ground targets. So, I mean, that's like the math of the trade-off, right? And that would also mean that when you're in this objective, your possibility of needing to reload is higher than those teams.
Oh. Yeah, I really need to get into the mechanics of the gun works here. Like, is reload something that you can just readily access to, or just like the actual game, or is it necessary for you to finish a clip?
Okay, so there's a very interesting mechanic, which is actually the same with the full version of the game.
Okay.
So if you reload when you're 0, it actually takes you more seconds to reload. But if you reload with at least 1 bullet in the chamber, your reload time is faster. So they cannot empty their magazine and reload. They have to like fully maximize, maybe leave it with, of course, the most optimal is 1 before they reload. So that is also another mechanic that they need to be aware of during this kind of stage.
So I guess then that pretty much solves the problem. They could always still go towards those ground targets or so on and so forth, but reload before you get into here.
Right, so whether you're talking about reload in terms of overall ammunition or reload the magazine that you currently have in your weapon, like the 30 bullets. Yeah, the 30 bullets is the one that if you go to 0, you reload, you take more time.
Cool.
Yeah, that's your PhD class with the
right there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
I just got certified by Sir Cloud themselves. Hopefully we can pass that certification to some of these teams, or maybe an award, which would be appreciated even better for possibly even Team Sri Lanka right now in leading the charts. Now this is unheard of. At least for the past 4 tracks that were played, in no instance did Team Sri Lanka close the checkpoint number 3 as the first one out. Sure, they did go into neck-and-neck situation that's happening right now, but can they actually close it out at the 500? That one is unheard of and has not been done before.
Oh, okay. But they're getting close there, but we have seen multiple times that teams can overtake teams at the top, especially at this stage where the points are really, really close to each other. So far, Team Kazakhstan seems to be the one to be able to challenge, but maybe Team Kazakhstan could pull off a surprise. Team Sri Lanka seems to be having a platoon and not moving their number.
Yeah, and that has cost them dearly because now Team Kazakhstan takes the lead, but back at it again with Team Sri Lanka only by a small margin, 486 to the 496. Actually, Team Sri Lanka, the first one out, 500 pointers. First time since forever. Perfect play by them. Might look to finish the game here as a top 1 finish. This is going to be very good moving on to the second match of the regional finals, because this is also, they have been struggling for so long in the first set, always being in the bottom.
Yeah, I guess, well, I always say this, right? As gamers, if you don't do well in your early stage of the game, you'll be like, warm up guys, warm up. We're getting into the game, right? And I guess right now, after the 4 tracks, well, now that they repeated the first track, this is where they say, well, I'm done warming up, this is what I can do. So you guys better be ready for the next track.
Yeah, that is true, but do they have the leeway to be a bit more lackluster for the first set, though? Because that is also numbers that would be tallying into the overall.
Yeah, true. So we also have seen like teams, like they don't do well the first 4 tracks, but when it comes to the second set of tracks, they do decent, but that is not enough because the gap is just too far away. So in essence, the general thought is that for Sri Lanka to really catch up to number 1, they have to do way better than all the other opponents.
Yeah, I mean, I think the simple rule of thumb is if you're doing underwhelmingly well, in the first set, you have to be an extraordinaire to be able to make up that difference and create lead for you to ensure the top one finish. And right now, with the top one finisher in track number 1, they could be a good start to a new chapter of their story.
Yeah, I really would like to see like a comeback story, right? Like it's always nice for us to see those Cinderella comeback stories that people don't expect. But what we do expect is the highlights. Thank you to Aiku. This is the Central and South Asia regional finals, and we are in game number 5. And this looks like a starting of a comeback maybe for Sri Lanka.
Well, you could say starting a comeback, or we could also say that they have got a window of opportunity because Team Kazakhstan and Team Kyrgyzstan just getting punished in the way they travel and rotate, very unrefined, getting into blockades and then causing them to fall off and fall short. Yeah, so instead of being the first to arrive and tallying in some of the lead points that they would have had, they have negated that lead, and now that made it more possible for Team Sri Lanka to bypass.
And not only the first place, but also for the FAW Audi Super A player, a representative from Team Sri Lanka, Lucifer, is the MVP for this round. Now, each team has their own MVP. We've got Zeriche, we've got Gante, and we've got Batia. So all of them up there with 400 plus points. And what I do notice from the previous graphics stat is that, interestingly, again, the Sri Lankan Team Sri Lanka, they have the least amount of speed ups. So I'm still trying to see that correlation between like speed ups and also the placement for that particular round or in a certain round.
Yeah, I mean, I think Chu and myself talked about it just briefly. I feel that this region, in particular, Central and South Asia, since we're talking about optimizing the process here,